Folks, we're waiting on a couple of counselors to join us, so give us a few minutes and we'll get started as quickly as we can. Okay, folks, 2-minute warning. Grab your seats, and we'll get started here as soon as GovTV gets us live. You're good. Folks, welcome to the 29th meeting of the 25th City Council. We'll call this meeting to order. Councilor Jones is excused from tonight's meeting, and all other councilors are present or will be with us here shortly. To get us started, I will ask our Vice President to lead us in our moment of silence and our pledge, and then move into our first items of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, we'd like to have our moment of silence, Pledge of Allegiance. I'll do that one, and then in Spanish, Councilor Bassan. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the near table of the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person or on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on channel 16, Comcast channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks. Please no applause or any other outbursts during the meeting. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are all respectful of one another. This time we have proclamations and presentations. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I have a proclamation. This is what we're going to proclaim it Donate Life Month in the city of Albuquerque, and we have some wonderful folks from Donate from New Mexico Donates, and so we're going to recognize Donate Life Month here briefly. Whereas one hero organ donor can save the lives of up to 8 people through the selfless gift of organ donation and improve the lives of up to 75 others with eye and tissue donation, and whereas more than 105 patients are waiting for life-saving organ transplants across the nation, including more than 600 New Mexicans, and whereas another person is added to the national wait list every 9 minutes, and whereas all New Mexicans can register to be organ donors regardless of their age or medical history, and whereas we truly honor those who gave the extraordinary gift of life through the living and deceased donation, and whereas we encourage every New Mexican to register as a donor on their driver's license or ID card at the Motor Vehicle Division or online at donatelifenewmexico.org and talk to their family about the gift or the giving the gift of life. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby recognizes April 2023 as Donate Life Month. And we have some wonderful folks here from Donate New Mexico here, and so I'll have them say a few words.
Thank you so much, City Council and Councilor Lewis. Councilor Lewis is a living kidney donor to his brother Tim, so it was really meaningful to us that you helped us with this proclamation. I want to introduce Deborah and Raul Talavera. They lost their son a year ago, almost today. Today. He tragically was working with his brother, and they own a tree trimming company here in the city, and fell out of a tree while they were working. He was able to save 3 lives by his gifts, and that's 3 lives that help continue culture, help continue families, and really strengthen our traditions. And we are just so thankful for the Talaveras, for Bill, our donor hero, and for all the donor heroes in our state. Donation has increased year over year in New Mexico. Last year, we had a record number of heart donations. We donated 28 hearts, including Bill's. And we're just so thankful for everybody who's willing to give that gift. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And just a few words about the organization and all the wonderful folks that that really champion this around our state. Donate Life New Mexico, as well as other organizations that just do a wonderful job working with the state and the people in New Mexico to really raise awareness. So many people that are in need. My brother and I had a chance to do the transplant games, and we really enjoyed that. My brother competed in the transplant games, and so there's just so many wonderful opportunities to really be able to promote donations, organ donations in our state. So thank you again. Thank you so much. I'd like to give this proclamation to you, and we'd love to shake your hands if you don't mind.
All right, Councilor Basant.
Madam Vice President, councilors, this month is National Childhood Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. And, it's come to my attention that a lot of people are not aware of All Faiths Advocacy Center here in Albuquerque and what they do for children who have either undergone trauma or witnessed trauma and or abuse. So I thought it would be very beneficial to make sure that they were able to come and present to the council so that more people in Albuquerque were aware of their services, because this is the only forensic interviewing organization in the state of New Mexico who does this for young children and any children. So this is a nugget that we need to make sure to continue to advocate for in order to help prevent some of the future trauma for the children that are of our future. I mean, we need to help them so that they are not continuing down a negative cycle. So I would like to make sure to introduce Christina Udvardy, who is the CEO of All Faiths Children Advocacy Center, Michelle Aldana, Director of Forensic Services, and Brittany Howell Abbate, she's forgiving me, Director of Clinical Services, to present, because they did a really good presentation about a week ago that I thought would be very beneficial for many people to hear and understand what they do and how they do it, so that way we can continue to support them in the fullest degree.
Thank you so much, Councillor, and thank you for having us today, for inviting us today. My name is Christina Udvardy, as the Councillor mentioned, and I'm the CEO of All Faiths Children's Advocacy Center, and with me is Michelle Aldana, who is the Director of Forensic Services, and Brittany Howell Abate, who is the Director of Clinical Services. So together we are honored to speak to you and today, especially because it is National Child Abuse Awareness Month. And I want to start by thanking you all for the very generous grants, the 2 grants that we received over the last year from the city that supports our forensic interview services. And I'm honored to speak with you today about the vital role that All Faiths Children's Advocacy Center plays in supporting city government's efforts and initiatives to address health and social issues within the community. As we all know, cities are the engines of our nation's economy, and their success is dependent on the well-being of their residents. Ensuring that children and families have access to the resources and support they need to recover from trauma is critical to a healthy and thriving community. It's critical to all of us. So to illustrate how our agency does our part, I'm inviting Michelle and then Brittany to share a client story.
Good evening. I ask you all to imagine for a moment a family, your family. You're at home after dinner. Your 13-year-old daughter has just finished her homework, and your whole family is picking up, ready to relax for the evening. You have the TV on, and you hear the news refer to someone being accused of a sexual assault. You recognize that name, but from where? You realize they are talking about your daughter's soccer coach. How could this be? This is someone that you know and trust, and that your daughter and teammates have spent a significant amount of time with, countless practices and away games. You sit in disbelief as you listen to the newscast. Your daughter is quiet. You turn to her and ask, "Are you okay?" Silence. There's something different about the way she looks. You ask again, "Honey, are you okay?" Have you ever heard anything like this happening to any of your friends? Still no answer, until suddenly your daughter hangs her head and begins to cry. You tell her that everything is going to be okay, but you know that something is terribly wrong. Your daughter looks up and says, "I'm sorry, Mom." And with hesitancy in her voice, she says, "I thought it was my fault. I thought you would be mad at me. I didn't know what to do when it started. I never told you because I thought he would just stop, but he didn't." At this moment, you realize that your life will never be the same. As the Director of Forensic Services, this is the type of abuse that my staff and I hear about every single day. Our work begins when our community partners in law enforcement and child protective services initiate a criminal investigation. A family like this is referred to All Faiths, where a child discloses their abuse in a forensic interview. During that time, a trained forensic interviewer speaks with the child and knows how to ask the appropriate questions in a way that does not re-traumatize that child. Without a children's advocacy center, a child would have to talk about this abuse repeatedly. Our core work is to coordinate investigations and provide behavioral health support with all team members, including mental health providers and medical professionals. Once this multidisciplinary team refers a family, we provide services to support each other and each child and their family with the path to healing and recovery. Now, Brittany Halabate, Director of Clinical Services, will explain what a path to healing looks like.
Thank you. As Michelle highlighted, most of us in the best situation are not prepared to hear our child has been abused. The uncertainty of what happens next is overwhelming. Without a children's advocacy center, families must navigate support services alone. If you can imagine again, this 13-year-old girl has now disclosed her trauma and completed the forensic interview. Through this process, our family advocates uncover that she has been having recurring nightmares, lack of appetite, feeling on edge all the time, fearful of everyone, and she has engaged in self-harm. Well-meaning parents are faced with their own feelings of defeat. Many question themselves, why didn't she tell me? As the Director of Clinical Services, this is where my staff and I provide therapeutic healing through individual and family therapy, case management, and comprehensive community support services. Because of the immediate consequence of any type of abuse, these clinical services are vital to the healing process. After exposure to trauma, we experience a surge of stress hormones in the body. Continued exposure to stressors, such as fear of safety, continue to release stress hormones and compound the adverse effects they have on our body. We know that childhood trauma can have a lasting impact on behavioral health and can cause chronic health conditions. Thankfully, we also know the consequences of childhood trauma can be prevented with the help of trained professionals and children's advocacy centers.
All Faiths Children's Advocacy Center's clinicians are experts in trauma-informed care. We are the trusted advocates for children and families affected by trauma. We focus on the prevention, intervention, investigation, and treatment of trauma. Our work intersects with the City of Albuquerque's tireless efforts to solve mental health, crime and violence, and homelessness issues. We work with children and families to provide support, therapy, and other resources that help them navigate the challenges of their experiences. By doing so, we promote healing and resilience, allowing children and families to thrive in their natural communities. Each year, our agency sees close to 2,500 clients in our care, and the hardship they face are much like the one illustrated by our story. Beyond the forensic services and outpatient therapy, we provide case management, wraparound services, care coordination, and run an adoption and placement program as well. The majority of our clients live in this city, but some programs extend beyond the county. Now more than ever, building strong relationships with our governmental partners matters. New Mexico ranks 50th in the US for child welfare, and at All Faiths Children's Advocacy Center, we know all too well how often trauma can lead to a range of adverse outcomes, including addiction, chronic health conditions, and suicide. When children and families receive the support they need to heal from trauma, they are less likely to require prolonged, costly services. And this is not only a matter of money, it's also improving outcomes for the whole community if they get support and services. As an agency, we recognize a natural partnership with our city to improve the quality of the life by promoting equity and inclusion. Trauma is often associated with marginalized communities, including people of color, immigrants, and low-income families. By providing targeted support to children and families facing trauma, we strengthen their path to success and ensure that all residents have access to the same opportunities and resources. This, in turn, leads to a more vibrant and inclusive community. With our collaboration, we can leverage resources and expertise to provide a more comprehensive and integrated approach to supporting children and families. Such partnerships can also help to strengthen the bonds between city government and trauma-informed experts, leading to a more effective and collaborative effort to addressing the needs of our community and specifically our city. Together, we can create a stronger, healthier, and more resilient community for generations to come. I would like to thank you for your time and for the invitation, and again for your monetary support, and I hope to welcome you at our facility to tour our programs and our buildings. Thank you.
Madam Vice President.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Udvardi. I think that it's very clear that I don't have the training to do, and I know I've said this to you, but I love to say it publicly too. I don't have the training to do what you all do. And I really don't have the desire to do what you all do. And I thank you so deeply for having the courage and the strength to be able to do that, because no human being should undergo or witness trauma, but especially children. So thank you for what you do and continue to do. I will continue to advocate to the fullest for all of that. Just please keep your staff up, and please keep helping all of these babies. Oh, and one more thing, Madam President. My husband will get so mad if I don't say this, because we say it all the time in our house, but an ounce of prevention is way more than a pound of cure. And that is what you all are helping us with. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Councilor Bassan, and thank you, ladies, for coming in. This is something that's extremely important. I retired from the Albuquerque Police Department, where we had many times as we go to calls, as officers go to calls for service, you know, it's in there. The training that the officers receive to work with each and every one of you is so very important, because if the officers didn't receive the training that they needed to make sure that they don't re-traumatize, then we would see things in a different manner. So it's all a team effort, and it's incredible to see the team work together so smoothly, so smartly, And it's just an amazing thing to watch. And I just wanted to say thank you. It's something that it's something that you can't put words on what you folks are doing and how you're helping. You know, you mentioned a 13-year-old in your story. I've seen it happen with someone much younger, and it breaks my heart to have to see what these children are going through. And when you get there and you answer that call, and you're dispatched as an officer, you know, you go there knowing what's gone on, but you can't really get involved until you folks are there or the Crimes Against Children detective is there. And the facility that you have is just second to none. I mean, I've seen the way the facility operates. I've seen the way it looks, and you guys have it together. It's just amazing, and I wish everybody here could see the fantastic job that you folks do in reference to dealing with these young folks. It's amazing to see. Thank you so much, and I'll be supportive of you forever. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you too. I also appreciate you, and it's sad that we have this issue, but I'm grateful for you. And it sounds like it's a wonderful program that has really been a benefit to our community. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time we have administration questions and answers. And any counselors, do you have any questions? Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Councilor Grout. And this meeting is I guess it's about the third meeting in the row. And basically, I'm just asking this question because I really still haven't received an answer. And it's basically for the One Albuquerque Fund. And I'm just directing this to the administration and Mayor Keller to see what's going on with the fund. I'd like to have some questions answered in reference to who's giving to the fund, what's the money spent on, who's asking for contributions, are city employees being encouraged or asked to contribute to the fund, and then what's the mayor's involvement? Is he deciding on where the money is spent? I'm just looking for some transparency here. I think this is the third time we've talked about this, and I know we had a letter that said we needed to let you know what's going on, but we have talked about this before, and I just wanted to see if you're ready to answer that question since it's the third time I've asked it.
Mr. President and members of the council and Councilor Sanchez, I had a conversation with the executive director of the One Albuquerque Fund our office did. They are prepared to sit with you and any of the councilors and go through any questions that you might have. They weren't able to be here today, but they are very eager to meet with you, and we'll get you the information as it relates to their role and what their work is. I want to assure you that this is a separate group that makes their recommendations on where the money that they raise on behalf of the city is dedicated, if you will. On many of the original work that they did or the fundraising that they did, a lot of that money went to recruiting officers and recruiting folks for public safety positions and many other general, if you will, programs that support the city as an institution. But they do have all that information. I would also make sure that the council knows that city employees are not being asked to contribute to the fund as city employees or as members of the mayor's executive team or any other capacity other than what they choose to do on their own as individuals that are members of the community. But I will ensure that they will contact you here within the week and set up a meeting with you and answer any of your questions.
I just wish they would have been here tonight because I'm sure you'd have probably anticipated this question coming since I've asked it 3 times, 3 meetings in a row. Maybe they can give a presentation to us next meeting so that way all the counselors and the public will know exactly what's going on with that fund. I'd really appreciate that.
Any other questions? Councilor Lewis?
Madam Vice President, thank you. I have a, for the city attorney, there was an Inspector General investigation regarding parking violations and limited curb parking. The IG made some pretty significant recommendations at the end of that report. Just for example, the IG recommends the city's engineering department, planning department, parking division, and city attorney and city council review the related ordinances and documents necessary for modifications or clarifications to ensure consistency between the ordinances. And I understand that that there was a meeting among those departments. I think several meetings back in December. I think the latest one was on December 12th. And I just want to get an update on that and see what, you know, what plans are in place, what was discussed. And I did, you know, my office sent an email to all of those departments on March 27th, so that's been several weeks, and I've not heard back from any of them. So would you comment on the progress of the, what those departments are doing in relation to the IG's recommendations?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, I wasn't personally at that meeting, so I'm not quite sure. I do know the city attorney's office really wouldn't be leading any kind of initiative like that. I think that perhaps Director Varela was there, so Director Varela might be able to provide an update.
Okay.
If he's here, I think he's here.
Good evening, President Davis, councilors, and Councilor Lewis. I was not personally at that meeting, but I did, after seeing the email from your analyst, ask the city engineer whether they had had conversations regarding the IG's recommendations. The IG makes recommendations. The IG does not legislate. It's the council that legislates. And so I believe that they had some initial conversations. One of the issues that the planning department was interested in was the fact that now vehicles are much longer. And so the code which the city council passed for the depth of a parking a setback, I should say, in a driveway on a home probably needs to be something, if city council were to choose to review the legislation, that they might reconsider at a later date, maybe to force people to have longer driveways. And that's because now with crew cab, long bed pickup trucks, they stick out over the sidewalk, which creates a violation. But this is entirely a city council matter to visit that sort of legislation and to analyze any incompatibilities between pieces of legislation that city council has enacted over the last several decades, which now may be in need of revisiting and perhaps outdated because of items such as that.
So here's what I guess from the management or from the administration, this was the response after the latest meeting, was that the parking division, the DMD, legal, and the city engineer are reviewing the findings of your report, said this to the IG. Because of the multiple mentions of the scale, this will need to be an ongoing investigation between the various departments. We will send updates as the conversation progresses. As of today, we have conducted a site visit, it was 12/8, and held a meeting on 12/12 with said departments. So the question is, you know, I mean, were there updates sent to the Inspector General regarding the conversation as it progresses and what has been? I think clearly the Inspector General did not say this is up to the City Council to make the next move on this. The Inspector General recommended that these departments, you know, get together. The departments, you know, I guess this is the response from your office, maybe Mr. Rael, said that we're having conversations. The conversations are progressing. We had several meetings. This has been about 4 months, so I guess I want to know, how is that conversation progressing, and what are the updates that you've given to the Inspector General?
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, you know, I suspect that this particular issue is being handled by DMD in particular because of the requirements from the parking program. I don't know if Mr. Montoya is here to give you an update on that, but if we've not provided the OIG with an update, we can certainly get that to them ASAP. And we can certainly look at any modifications that might be necessary as it relates to any planning documents, et cetera. But Mr. Montoya is up here, maybe he can give you a little more clarification.
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, we did ask for an extension to the OIG's office, I think, about a week and a half ago. One of the things that we had looked at was there were some conditions that were in there that we didn't think we could meet immediately. And based on that, we did get an extension. So that was the last communication we had with that office. But we have not, as a department, assembled with other departments. So I'm not sure what you're reading from, but the inspection from the OIG's office was to DMD.
Okay, so maybe this, Ms. Laurel, maybe this needs to be coordinated by you all, because your response to the Inspector General is that indicated that you would bring the departments together, you would address the Inspector General's report, you would address the findings of the Inspector General, where there were some clear, findings of challenges and things that the city needs to address. And again, if it was up to the City Council to respond to the IG, I think hopefully we would have by now, but it was clearly up to you all. And clearly you indicated back in December that you were coordinating this. And so, I mean, if we hadn't bring it up right here, I want to make sure that it's progressing and that there's some ongoing conversation.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Let me look into this and make sure we get a response. As Mr. Montoya did indicate, we did get an extension, so there obviously has been some conversation, but clearly a more formal decision needs to be made, and we'll get back with you all.
Well, thank you. And my office just requested, again, a few weeks ago, email to everybody. And so I would appreciate at least a response to the email as well. Thank you.
Anything else, Councilor Lewis? You good? Okay. Anyone else? Well, you know me, I have questions. Since Director Varela is here, we'll start with Director of Planning. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Does the Planning Department have any historical data that would show how many permits for accessory dwelling units have been issued in the last 30 years?
And Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, the Planning Department and the system does not distinguish between types of structures that are built on property. And so that's not a query that we could make of the POSSE system. When somebody comes in to request to construct a structure on their property and it happens to be an accessory dwelling unit, it does go through a zone check, it goes through the site plan review, but there is nothing in the permitting system itself which says this is a casita or an accessory dwelling unit, unfortunately. I did ask staff how long it would take and what it would take to go through and figure that out, and they said it would be a manual process of reviewing basically every building permit that had been issued in a residential area, and we would need to devote a full-time staff member probably for several months to try to go through those and look through notes and comments to see if it was ascertainable whether it was an accessory dwelling unit that was being asked for. Now, with a new system that we are going to be implementing in approximately 16 months, which will be much easier to query, I think that we can go through there and we can probably put a distinguishing note on there of some type so that we can pull reports. But unfortunately, I'm sorry, but the answer is yes, we have the info. Can we get it for you? Certainly not quickly.
Okay, thank you. So I do hope that that new equipment or that new software will be able to pull that data out pretty quickly, because we should have those numbers. Is the Code Enforcement Division fully staffed?
And Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, I'm very happy to say that yes, the Code Enforcement Division is fully staffed, including even the extra FTEs that you all were so kind and wise to provide for us during this new fiscal year that we're in now.
Okay, that's great news. How many positions are actually assigned to code enforcement?
We have 43 positions in code enforcement.
Fabulous. Of those, how many are inspectors?
19 of those positions are inspectors.
Okay. So we don't have any vacancies. On average, how many requests for code enforcement inspections are received by the division?
We analyzed the last 6 months' worth of code enforcement requests. It averages out to 1,733 per month.
That's a lot.
That is correct. That is a fairly healthy number. That is why we needed the extra code enforcement officers. When you break that number down now, that comes out to approximately 5 inspections per day, which is reasonable. Because some of those inspections may be quick. We show up and the trash is blown away, for example, if it was a litter complaint. Other times we'll show up and know the items that are in violation are still there. It has to be written up. We need to do the research, locate the owner, prepare the paperwork and such. So that is a much more reasonable caseload for people.
Thank you. Do they go back, how often do they go back and check that everything was taken care of?
They issue the notice of violation. We usually give people no more than 30 days to come into full compliance. We're checking throughout that, because if they don't comply voluntarily, then we take them through the legal process on that. So it's a continual process until we get the result that we need to get.
Thank you. Well, we heard some good news that you're fully staffed. That's really a good thing in code enforcement. I think the people around the city will be thrilled to hear that.
We are fully staffed. We also have code enforcement officers that are on call during the night. If we have an emergency call, we usually respond right away. Certainly no more than within 24 hours, but it's usually 0 to 2 hours. If it is a regular complaint that comes to us through the 311 system, which is where the bulk of them come through, then we certainly respond within 72 hours now.
Thank you. What would a typical emergency complaint be like?
A fire breaks out someplace in the city. A structure is now questionable as to whether or not it needs to be demolished immediately. Code enforcement goes out there. They work with solid waste to board up the property to try to secure it, perhaps bring in an emergency fencing company to put up fencing around it, and then get an emergency demolition scheduled ASAP with a contractor that we have on call. That's a typical emergency there, where we're called out during the night to go deal with an issue.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for all that information.
You're very welcome. Thank you, President Davis. Thank you, Council.
Yes, yes. Okay. The next set of questions I have is for Eric Griego. Is he not here? Okay. Diane, maybe she'd have answers. Okay. So, Lawrence, can you answer these questions maybe? The other night at our LUPS meeting, we discussed the working group that put together the Housing Forward Plan and how it didn't include any representatives from the neighborhood associations. Since then, have you had any neighborhood associations reach out to you all and offer input? And if so, what were their recommendations? And will you plan on putting any of those recommendations in your plan?
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, let me say, first and foremost, Eric Griego has been our lead on this, along with Family and Community Services. If I might, I would say to you, we know that they've had several meetings with neighborhood associations across the city, discussing what's in that plan, et cetera. I don't know the details of how they've handled any inquiries as it relates to neighborhood associations' concerns. But if you might give me an opportunity, I will certainly get with him and provide you an update on where they are and who they've met with.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I will give you that opportunity.
Thank you.
What we're interested in, what I'm interested in, is the working group when the Housing Forward Plan was put together. And then since then, any recommendations that have come out of neighborhood association groups. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, this is my last set of questions is for APD. Somebody from APD. Hi there, thank you for being here tonight. My questions are, back in March, APD announced a crackdown on vehicles operating without license plates. So can you give us an update on that effort? How many vehicles have been stopped and issued citations? Is this effort ongoing? How many of these stops have led to arrests? How much do the citations cost? And can vehicles be impounded or do people take their ticket and drive off?
Madam Vice President, thank you. So we announced this initiative in February, and during that time, for approximately 10 days, the traffic unit focused on no license plate to include expired license plate, expired temp tag, evidence of registration, improper display of plate, and illegible license plate. The total citations they wrote during that 10-day period was 508, and when you add the citations that the field services wrote during that time, it was 934, for a total of 271 traffic stops. Those efforts continued from March 1st through March 16th, where field services focused on those same citations. They made 1,670 traffic stops. 1,802 traffic citations were issued, where the initial traffic stop was due to no license plate. 13 vehicles were towed, and 25 arrests were made. We are continuing these efforts, meaning that we will continue to conduct traffic stops in reference to no license plate. However, we just announced that our focus right now is going to be for red light violations. That obviously does not prevent us, like I said, from continuing the traffic stops. Ma'am, when we're looking at how much does a citation cost, if it's for no registration, that is a mandatory court where a fine can be imposed for up to $200. And ultimately, the courts will decide if the individual pays court costs and fees. Now, if that's just for no license plate, that is a $25 fine. As far as can vehicles be impounded or do people take their ticket and drive away? If it's just no license plate or no registration, statute does not allow us to tow a vehicle. However, if the driver does not have a driver's license or insurance, we do tow the vehicle for that.
Okay, thank you. That's all great information. I appreciate that. That sounds like a really successful campaign when there's a lot of people that are not following the rules. So thank you. I applaud that effort, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for all that information. Follow-up?
Madam Vice President, I do. Hang on one second. Sorry, thanks. Did you say that now you're stopping focus on really this initiated effort and condensed effort on the no license plates, and now you're focused on red light?
Madam Vice President and Councilor Bassan, we just announced an initiative to focus on red light violations. However, we will continue to focus on no license plate. We are always looking for any traffic violations in general.
Madam Vice President, so just to be clear, when you say red light violations, like running red traffic
Running a red
signals?
light.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
just to make sure that people know that that's real officers issuing citations for people running red lights, not to be confused with any automated speed enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is not happening when it comes to running red lights. I will say that that's fabulous, but in addition to that, I'm glad to hear that you're still also focused on the no license plates. I hate to say we're trading one initiative for another. I know you all are doing with the best with what you have and what you can do, but if something's working, I'm a fan of let's keep doing it.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, Mr. President.
That reminded me, speaking of red lights, thank you, Chief, it's not for you. I drove down Lead and Coal the other day, and I had to stop at every light because everybody was speeding, and the lights made me stop. Are they working? I see Director Montoya's popping his head up, but are our stop on red lights in and working? I think they are. And I'm very excited about this. Director, welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President and members of the council. So yes, our stop in red is in force. We have 3 locations, and I can give those out. One at Carlisle and Lead Coal, one at Girard Lead Coal, and the other at Walter and Lead Coal. And thus far, they seem to be working effectively for us.
And Director Montoya, I might add that a really quick check with our new University Area Command found that since the signals had been turned on, we had not had any reported accidents in the previous 7 days on that stretch of Lead and Coal, which is quite the accomplishment for all of us who have heard from neighbors for years and years. And so thank you to your staff for getting that done and getting it through. And I encourage everyone to go drive down Lead and Coal and find out what the speed limit really is. And the lights will tell you, because it took us twice as long to get to the grocery store as it normally does. So,
And Mr. President, more to come throughout the city.
yeah, that's great. Let's put them everywhere. Thank you, sir.
Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Director, since Walter and lead was mentioned. I want to say thanks to the administration for finally getting that done. I thought it was going to be leaving office without it even being done after 8 years of working on it, but you guys did put your shoulder to the grindstone, and thanks for that. And the neighborhood, I think, is very, very pleased to have that in place. So it's also great to have it part of this other aspect of the system.
Mr. President and Councilor Benton, I know this took a little bit longer than you had expected, but in this day and age with materials and labor, there are shortages. But with that in mind, I just want to thank you for your support. We would not have had this happen without with that from you, so thank you so much.
And Councilor Benton and I are disappointed that our retirement jobs, being the crosswalk people at those intersections, have been taken away by automation, but it's a good news, and thank you.
Mr. President, you know, we have 144 funded crossing guards. We're always short, so.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions, counselors? Okay, that completes question and answer period. At this time, I move to approve the April 3rd journal. All those in favor, say aye and raise your hand.
Yes.
Okay, it passes. Okay, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Nice job. Folks, we have a little bit of an odd agenda this evening, so let me walk folks through it just so we can figure out where the order of things are, most importantly for the people and all of our directors who want to know if we're going to get to their budget and let them go home before dinner. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take public comment this evening. It's a fairly short list, so we're going to move that up. But we have the CIP budget bill, which is R100, that's hanging out from our last meeting. So the rules require that before we do anything for our new meeting, we have to finish the old business. So we're going to take public comment because we know there's some folks that are here tonight on a schedule, including some other elected officials that wanted to speak to us. Then we're going to do that budget bill as long as it takes, encouraging our counselors to try to get done at some reasonable hour for dinner, and then try to take dinner break whenever we get there, unless we're so bogged down. So that's kind of our goal. We'll get to everything else in our normal business after our dinner break. And so, Mr. Cornelius, if you'll help me a little bit, we're going to move into public comment. Our first public speaker is Senator Bill Tallman. Senator Tallman, I see you, I think. Yeah, back in the back there. Welcome. Thanks for joining us in person this evening.
Mr. President.
Come on down. Councilor Lewis.
Just a point of order, or maybe a clarification. So the general public comment is the general public comment specifically for this current meeting, right? Not
Yes.
for the previous meeting? Okay.
That's correct, but it could be on any topic.
Okay. It could be on the, well, I mean, I'm not about limiting any kind of public comment, general public comment. But, you know, I think it is important to say that we wouldn't normally open up or continue a meeting and then have extra general public comment regarding that meeting. And so I think it's important that this is general public comment for the new meeting, which is tonight, not the meeting that we're going to revert to here in just a little bit.
Well, Councilor Lewis, I think technically that's correct, but folks are welcome to speak to the council on any topic that is at hand. And I think if somebody wants to speak to us about something tonight, they're welcome to. That there's no comment on the bill during our deliberations this evening. And so, Senator, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. President, and members of the City Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak before you this evening. I'm Bill Tallman, and I'm a member of the Albuquerque Museum Board of Trustees. So I'm not here in my capacity as a senator. I respectfully request that you reinstate the funds that were cut from the portion of the Albuquerque Museum that was included in their $200 million proposed bond issue. I have 4 reasons. Number one, 4 reasons why I want this reinstated. Number one, this project has survived a rigorous planning process. As Barbara Taylor stated in her op-ed yesterday, it has gone through a significant and analysis by the city administration. It has also been reviewed by the Environmental Planning Committee, and has also gone through a public process administered by the City Council Committee of the Whole. Number two, it is an important mission of the museum. An important mission of the museum is education. This project will complete the final phase of a new education center that will enable the museum to expand learning opportunities. Multiple studies have shown and proven that art can also help children learn. So the museum is not a major portion, a major mission of the museum is education. Number 3, this facility has lots of visitors. And last year, 130,000 in person. Am I supposed to shut up? I'll be quick.
You're fine.
I'll talk fast. So last year, 130,000 in-person visits to the museum. Also, almost 15,000 children visited the museum as part of the Magic Bus program. Number 4, this project has been in the planning stages for almost 30 years. This is not a come-late project. This is longer, if not longer, than any other project included in this year's $200 million bond issue. So if it's not funded this year, it's going to delay this project another 2 years, and maybe going into the fourth decade of planning and hoping for this to be completed. So in summary, Mr. President and members of the council, I just like to say that, other than major art museums around the country, like on the West Coast and East Coast and in the midsection of the country, Chicago, Houston, Denver, this museum really compares quite favorably to all other museums other than the major ones I just mentioned. Our museum is a real gem, and we need to do everything we can to maintain and promote its status as a well-respected organization that is greatly appreciated by many residents of this community as well as the state. It is my great hope that the City Council appreciates the value and significance of this museum and will seriously consider restoring the funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Folks, I'm neglectful before we continue to remind you that we do have a few rules about decorum, and the rules have been put in place. Handouts of our rules are available at our staff table before the meeting, and if you need a copy, you're welcome to ask our staff for them. If we have a violation, I'll provide a warning to anyone who causes a disruption or subsequent disruptions from that individual may be cause to ask you to leave the chambers, and we'll review that if necessary. Mr. Cornelius, would you take us through the rest of our public comment, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Dr. Sherry Burr, followed by Monet Archibek.
I will ask while Dr. Burr's coming up, if you're being called next up, so Ms. Archibek, if you'll come on down, we'll get you in the front row so we can have you ready to go and we can keep folks moving. Dr. Burr, welcome back.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President Davis and Councilman. I am an art law scholar and a trustee at the Albuquerque Museum. I was appointed as a trustee at large, so my constituents are from all over the city, and I have heard from all of them all over the city once this issue came to the forefront. People have contacted me by email, by calling me with Facebook comments, by stopping me in the streets while walking their dog in Councilman Grout's district. So people are very concerned, and particularly about the cuts to the education center. And as Senator Tallman mentioned, we are educating students from all over the city, including all your districts. We have students coming through our Magic Bus program in all your districts. And what's particularly important, and I know Councilman Brooke Bazan cares about abuse and neglect. One of the studies has shown that students who are exposed to art education are far less likely to experience abuse and neglect. I know Councilman Dan Lewis is concerned about public safety. We also know from studies that students who are exposed to arts-rich education are less likely to commit crimes. They're more likely to graduate from college, they tend to score 100 points higher on the SAT. So the Arts Education Center is important to our community as a whole, and it's important to the students in your district. So I respectfully ask that you restore all the funding. And as my constituents are saying, give the money back. Perfect timing.
Nicely done.
Monet Archibek, followed by Erica Davis Crump.
Go ahead.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Monet Archibek. I am a resident of Albuquerque. I am here to speak with you all this evening about cannabis equity. I am requesting that the city consider carefully how the tax revenues from the sales of recreational cannabis are used. The state legislation was very clear that it intended to address past harms of the enforcement of minor drug laws on certain communities. However, there's no fund or specific allocation for cannabis equity at the local level, despite the forecast that the city of Albuquerque will receive between $3 and $4 million in tax revenue annually after the initial implementation of the law. In the spirit of the Cannabis Regulation Act, and according to the expert recommendations of the Cannabis Equity Working Group, these funds should, 1, be identified as specific to the sale of recreational cannabis, 2, should not revert to the general fund, and 3, should be used to help repair harms in the communities that have traditionally been most impacted. The working group's report lays out several innovative strategies that would have a meaningful impact on equity and that extend beyond the cannabis industry, including housing, job training, education, and bonds for the children of young people who have been impacted. As Ida B. Wells stated, the way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them. There is a wealth of information and expertise in the recommendations from the Cannabis Equity Working Group. Please honor the substantial work experience of the volunteer members of the community who contributed to this group and consider adopting the recommendations of the Cannabis Equity Working Group. Thank you for your time.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you for your comments. We're actually working on that and the opioid legislation, and to ensure that we're doing the right things with that money. So I'll have further information if you want to get in touch with my analyst, Rachel. She can keep you abreast of what we're doing. Thank you.
Erica Davis Crump, followed by Carl Vidal.
Good evening, counselors. I hope you all are well. It's good to see you in real life. I'm Erica Davis Crump, and also happy Canniversary over in Santa Fe, the local Albuquerque community organizers. We had a time, and we thank y'all for the support down here to make it easier for us in the city to access this medicine. We thank you. But I'm here tonight to also talk about cannabis equity, and specifically, I'm requesting that you honor the work of the Black and Indigenous and Latinx community workers that signed up to help you with this program, and consider their expertise with this and their substantial experience in the areas of cannabis equity, and consider and adopt all of their recommendations from this working group. One of the most basic is having an Office of Cannabis Equity. And this would assist the industry with achieving equity goals, help New Mexicans new to this industry navigate the barriers to entry into the industry, and ensure that the city is allocating the resources, including tax dollars from cannabis sales, in an equitable manner. Part of this recommendation, which is also simple and easy to implement, is to create a citywide site dedicated to cannabis equity. This would be a one-stop shop for licensed applicants and others interested in learning more about the industry. And if the city would adopt this program for equity applicants, the definitions, benefits, and process for applying could all be found on this website, in the Office of Cannabis Equity would administer the program. I thank you guys for your time. I know this is no light matter to all of us, but we also want to make sure that this is equitable and represents the families of New Mexico that are predominantly brown and Black. Thanks, y'all.
Carl Vidal, followed by Geraldo Cionello.
Good evening. I come before the council today to urge you to vote against the upcoming short-term rental ordinance 02369. This ordinance is going to significantly harm local businesses and strip away opportunity from future generations of our citizens. By enacting this ordinance, the city of Albuquerque will put an estimated 500 owners out of business, destroy their investment, and stifle innovation in Albuquerque. In addition, it will enable corporate America, like Marriott and Hyatt and other big-name hotels, to take all the tourism profits out of Albuquerque. And we need those profits staying here. If they leave and take those profits and it's only hotels left to compete, they're only going to leave low-paying jobs in their wake. And us locals, we need that. We need the opportunity to be able to generate money. So we've become a vital part of the community, generating $216 million a year of income and impact of over 2,300 jobs, and that's in addition to the 2,000 owners that rely on these rentals every month to make money, help with their bills, and help support their way of life. We're working class families, just providing extra income, and I do want to note that we're providing housing for people visiting small businesses and large businesses as well. We're housing workers from Presbyterian, Loveless, UNM, Sandia Labs, Kirtland, Netflix, Facebook, Intel, and without us, there's not places for them to safely stay. This legislation has been delayed again. This is causing legislative paralysis in the business community. Our small businesses cannot make decisions with an uncertain legislative environment. I ask the councilors to please stop delaying this bill and let's get it put to a vote. We need to be able to make decisions and know whether this is going to pass or not. And I ask you to please move it forward. Thank you.
Geraldo Cionello, followed by Shauna Brown. Shauna Brown, followed by Luis Cisneros.
Hello, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, councilors, for giving us this opportunity for a public comment. My name is Shauna Brown. I'm a resident of Albuquerque and was a member of the Cannabis Equity Working Group for the city. This group was tasked with creating a set of recommendations regarding cannabis equity in Albuquerque. I was invited to co-facilitate community listening sessions and in-person meetings in which we gathered feedback from community members with lived experience, advocates from racial justice groups, nonprofits, and cannabis industry professionals to draft a set of recommendations as requested by the city. The recommendations were submitted in the spring of 2022. However, the administration has neither adopted nor formally rejected the recommendations from the group. These recommendations range from a cannabis equity office and environmental protections to more quickly implementable items such as having a current webpage that has up-to-date information about cannabis to include community safety measures as well as business resources. I ask you all to remember that cannabis legalization in the state of New Mexico was touted as being a way to repair the harms caused by the war on drugs, while also creating opportunities for New Mexicans to participate in a new industry. Though the state has failed at realizing a true plan for equity in the industry, the city of Albuquerque still has an opportunity to look at what's possible for entrepreneurship, community safety, community reinvestment, and supporting the communities, specifically Black and brown communities that have been impacted by the war on drugs. I'm here tonight to make the city council aware of this process that happened and to ask you all to honor the work of so many community members, many who volunteered their time by considering and adopting the recommendations of the working group. The last thing that I'll say is that there's so many times that the city says, hey, constituents, hey, community members, what do you guys need? What do you want to have? We host all these listening sessions. And then I feel like the city fails on keeping that feedback loop open about what's going to happen next. So I thank you.
Ms. Brown, hang on just a minute. Mr. Real and maybe Ms. Dolan, I think Ms. Brown said that there was a report and recommendations over a year ago. Have those been even shared with the council or the public? I don't know that it's something I kind of pay attention to, and I haven't seen it. I'd love to, Counselor Feeblecorn hasn't seen it. I think the council would love to see some of those ideas while we're in the budget cycle.
Mr. President, let me visit with Mr. Padilla. I know that he's the person working on this, and I will get that report to all of you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Ms. Brown. Thank you for bringing that up, and thank you to your
Absolutely.
colleagues. I think we'd love to see those and didn't know they were back yet, so thanks.
Luis Cisneros, followed by Kathleen Economy.
Mr. President, welcome back.
Thank you, Council President, councilors. The last time I came to speak before you to say I was a little nervous is a stretch. That's the first time I've ever done any public speaking, so I was asked to come back by my membership because there were some key points that I left out last time. First one being was a homicide that occurred at the Albuquerque Transit Center in December of 2021. The target of the homicide was actually a Metro security officer. A Good Samaritan stepped in to try and defuse the situation, and he was shot and killed. The second one being a homicide that occurred October 21st of 2022. This involved two individuals on a moped pulling up to the ATC Center, and they shot a gentleman, killing him. We had 2 or 3 officers that were 25 feet away, just behind some glass partitions when this happened. These are some of the situations that we're being asked to handle. This isn't security work, this is police work. Since last speaking with you, we've lost 5 more officers. 2 have quit, 1 retired, 1 set to retire on the 30th of April, and 1's last day is Friday. I don't see how we're gonna have 24 officers to send over to the transit department if we can't retain our officers. A lot of them are leaving because of the stuff we're being asked to handle. Thanks for your time tonight.
Let me ask really quickly, and then Councilor Sanchez, but Mr. Cisneros, when is the bid for security officers? It's coming up, is that right?
Supposed to be at the end of April.
Okay.
We haven't got a staffing plan
Okay.
as of yet.
Okay. I'm sorry, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really concerned now that you brought up 2 separate incidents, that one of them was the target of the transit security officer, and also the fact that we have an issue with other them being put in situations that are clearly police issues. The concerns that I have right now is it almost looks like we are trying to put another police force in place and probably skirting the DOJ process, because if we go in and deal with this, I think the DOJ needs to look into this too, because this is something that's important to us as a city in reference to the liability that we're actually entering into. So I think it's very, very important that the administration really figure out what we're doing here, because right now it seems like we're asking security guards to do police work because we don't have enough police officers. And what we really need to do is focus on police officers, and instead of cutting police officers, we need to be adding police officers. And I'm just really, really concerned that one of these security officers is going to get hurt or killed in reference to their job duties. One of the things that I'm going to be putting forward, just so you know, Mr. Cisneros, is I'm going to make sure that I'm going to put some sort of resolution together to make sure that the city is giving you your exact duty details, to make sure that we all understand them and we see them. I think it's very important that that us as city council and as the administration put something together, one, so it's not skirting the DOJ process with the Albuquerque Police Department, and hopefully we're not adding another police force that we're going to have to deal with when it comes to the DOJ issues again. I mean, they could circle right back around and hit us on this by building another police entity. So we need to be really, really careful on what we're doing. So I'd like to ask the administration to make sure you'll be seeing a resolution shortly, because these gentlemen need to know what they're supposed to be doing and what their job description, duties, responsibilities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez, President Davis. Last thing, I think I have forwarded and if not, I will email you. All I can give you is the news stories from Channel 7 and Channel 13 on the 2 homicides that did occur. I don't know if you've already received them or not, but thank you for your time tonight.
Kathleen Economy, followed by Ramey Romanik. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kathy Economy. I'm a docent at the Albuquerque Museum. I conduct magic bus tours for children from grade K through 12. The list of items that we expose these kids to are, and some of the favorite items are the big, large Albuquerque floor map that is a picture of the Rio Grande undulating, the mountains, the cinder cones. The kids love that. The big loom that was donated here from Spain, the astronaut suit, the coyote, the wooden coyote, and the painted coyote. They love that. They ask questions. The raven sculpture outside. Afterwards, they do an art project. These kids are smart and they ask insightful questions. Now, when conducting a tour, many times I think I'm not getting to them, especially the little kids. They're all over the place. And the big kids, they're like sullen, not, you don't think they're paying attention. Then they get to the art project that we give them, and they are painting or drawing items that they saw on our tour. This gives them an insight into what the world is about them. The Magic Bus helps educate all these kids. If anything, the museum could use more money, not less money, to provide more tours, more exhibit enhancements, more free days. A lot of these kids, when we ask them how many have been to the museum, the kids that are in the less affluent areas of the city don't raise their hands. We are providing them an insight, a curiosity to the world around them. So please fund the Albuquerque Museum more, not take away money. Thank you.
Ramey Romanik, followed by Tad Nimitsky.
President Davis, councilors, my name is Ramey Romanik, and I'm here to speak for our public libraries, the Library Advisory Board, the Friends of the Public Library, and the Albuquerque Public Library Foundation. I'm also a supporter of our Albuquerque Museum, and I echo the comments that were made earlier today from Senator Tallman and Dr. Byrd, and I'm trying to encourage you to reconsider how the budget plans are for our bonds. I'm deeply concerned by the recent cuts in our libraries and our museum proposed by the City Council's committee dealing with those general obligation bond package. The city's libraries and museum have struggled with funding shortfalls and budget cuts for decades. This year's bond package represented more than 10 years, and I heard tonight it was even longer than that for the museum, of careful planning to make critical investments in our libraries and our museum. But just as these long-awaited critical investments were to be made, the council is proposing now to gut them. This means that for the library, these cuts would result in fewer books being purchased to meet the already underfunded needs and requests of Albuquerque citizens. These cuts would also mean that air conditioners will continue to fail in our libraries and roofs will continue to leak because the needed funds and repairs and renovations have also been gutted. Last year, our libraries hosted more than 1.2 million visits, and they loaned out over 3.5 million books, movies, music to our citizens. A broad spectrum of our citizens loves and use our libraries. And I'm speaking for all the organizations that support our libraries, the Friends, the Advisory Board, the Foundation. We respectfully request that the library bond funding be reinstated at the $3.5 million for materials and the $2 million for repairs and renovations. Thank you. Thank you.
Tad Nimitsky, followed by Steve Gallegos.
Thank you. My name is Ted Niemiecki. Well, destroying private properties by the city of Albuquerque, it is crime. That's the way they doing this business. Well, here is City Council ordinance, Planning Department Director using City Council. And then who does it? The dirty job. Fire Department. Well, it's small. How Fire Department in the report says that fire started on the back by the homeless people. Was there any investigation arson? No, because that's homeless people. Well, that is disgusting. Now, and also, if that's happened to the private property, yes, there are going to be arson investigation. I understood there's 2 commercial property that was set fire by the 2 restaurants, 3 restaurants, by the city employee. I'm gonna name it that. So that's where we at. Now, it's a lot more to say. And for example, this business started Marty Chavez, destroying Highway 6, Route 66, motels. Look at Central. How many motels were destroyed? Thank you.
Steve Gallegos, followed by Coy Lee on Zoom.
Counselor, welcome back. It has been, but we have an empty seat tonight if you want to just jump right back.
Mr. Chairman and councilors, thank you very much for your commitment to our community. I know more than most how much work you councilors do. I am a past city councilor, having served from 1983 to 1997. I then served on the county commission for 8 years, and I served as a sergeant in arms for the New Mexico State Senate. I'm here to ask for full funding for the Albuquerque Museum. I'm not here to oppose my city councilor. Clarissa is my very good friend. I have voted for her, and I will continue to vote for her. And I appreciate that she's trying to support her constituents, as I would. During my time on the Board of Trustees, I've been impressed with the management of the museum. They're so inclusive. They are so caring. It's a really good environment that we have there. I need to tell you that it wasn't always that way. And we had to fight hard for inclusivity, to get minorities into the museum. Now we have an education center that brings people into the museum. And that education center is so important because it's all about equality. It's all about education. It's all about learning, all these things that we believe in. So we've been fighting for these issues for a long time, and the Albuquerque Museum, I believe, has listened to us, to our community, about access and about making sure that kids learn when they're young. I never went to a museum till I was on the city council. Okay? Let's not let that happen to the rest of the kids in our community. Please don't cut the funds. I appreciate your help. Thank you very much. It's good to see you all.
Good to see you back.
Coy Lee on Zoom, followed by Bex Hampton. Coy Lee, please accept a promotion to panelist. Bex Hampton.
Hello, my name is Bex. So thousands of children in Albuquerque are actually enduring childhood trauma right now that will affect them for the rest of their lives due to a lack of permanently affordable housing, moving in and out of apartments and homes, experiencing extreme instability due to high price rents and poverty wages. It's really urgent that all resources are directed into guaranteeing permanently affordable housing for all residents of Albuquerque. I'm here on behalf of People's Housing Project to support the bill to limit Airbnbs. While we believe all Airbnbs should be banned until every single resident is housed, this bill is a step in the right direction. We would also like to express support for the upcoming bill to establish a landlord registry. This registry is critical to collecting data on how many landlords and units are here in Albuquerque. At the root of this crisis are profit-seeking landlords who set rent too high for us to afford. Without rent control, they set their prices high and higher and let the units sit vacant until higher income tenants can move in. We have personally called luxury complexes and received confirmation that they have a dozen or more vacant units. If they just set the prices at an affordable rate, thousands of New Mexicans could be housed. Without a registry, we cannot adequately understand how much of this issue is landlords setting the rent too high or lack of existing housing. How can we move forward addressing the housing crisis if the proper data is unattainable? It is absurd that landlords are complaining about this bill. Working people spend hours of unpaid work applying for assistance when we're in crisis. Landlords in Albuquerque should not be exempt from properly registering their businesses. This points to another solution. We need to take out the middleman, aka landlords, and purchase or build permanently affordable social housing or red tape-free public housing, instead of leaving this basic human need up to the market. Thank you.
Coy Lee.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilor and President. So I'm here to speak about the short-term rental ban. I'm a realtor and we're tracking very low new investments right now. A lot of my realtor friends and I are here. We're working right now. We're going to keep working throughout the night here. And but what's terrible is the people who aren't going to be working are the contractors, our cleaners, painters, and landscapers that we are employing. We're helping out here. And it's interesting because I always ask, why are they not able to attend these places? Why am I able to be here to be Zoom meetings? Because even as a person of color, I recognize my privilege enough to have been able to go to school. I've been able to pull myself out of poverty. So I just feel for these people that are basically our families here, not being able to work, not even have prospects. We don't even know where the market's going to go now due to the fact that we're just in limbo. And I'm getting calls that, people are thanking us for fixing up neighborhoods. And when we're talking about neighborhoods, we're talking about libraries, we're talking about museums and safety of officers. How are you going to fund that if you're going to take away millions of dollars away from our taxes? And if you want to talk about safety, like that officer, how about we prevent homicides, which 17 out of 60 homicides happen in hotels, not including drug use, prostitution, theft, there's overdoses with fentanyl. So that's acceptable in the Ambassador Inn. But, when we're here providing jobs and providing safety and really funding our city and keeping our families afloat, that we're somehow the target. So it doesn't make sense to me. Still looking for the mayor's research as well. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes general public comment.
Thank you, folks. That brings us to other business. When we last left this council, we ran out of time on R100, which is our committee sub approving the programming of funds and projects for our 2023 decade plan for capital improvements. To get us back where we started, I guess we are on a motion for a due pass with multiple amendments. Mr. Melendrez, would you refresh our memory that's a few weeks old on where we are as we pick up? And I know we have the amendments back available for councilors, and we'll work from those.
Sure, Mr. President, councilors. Where we left off at the adjournment of the last meeting was there was a motion for due pass on R100. Several amendments had been moved and voted on all the way up through Amendment 5. There was a motion for due pass of Amendment 6, which is labeled E. And so that is the current motion that is on the floor with respect to this bill is consideration of Amendment E, which was moved as Amendment 6.
All right, so we're going to pick up where we left off, item E, floor amendment number 6. As a reminder for folks following along a little confused like us, we have to sort of go with the bill that was on the table when we last left it, which means all the amendments that were with us last time are the ones we're working from today. And councilors have the option to move those amendments, and then other councilors have the option to amend those amendments. So we'll be doing lots of amending the amendments to the committee substitute. So hang on to your parliamentary follow along bingo here. Councilor Lewis, I think we left you at floor amendment number 6, as I recall. Do you want to move that amendment? It's item E, like Edward.
Mr. President, it's been moved and seconded, so it's
Okay,
up for debate
we're back
right
on
now.
it then. Sorry, thank you. Councilor Lewis, we're going to give this to you for a minute if you want to move, if you want to speak on your amendment or move for a vote.
So Amendment C was,
We're on E.
yeah, that one was passed. So we're on E. I'll go ahead and move a floor amendment number 6.
I think technically that one it was on the floor, it had moved and seconded, and we were on discussion, but would you just pick us up on discussion? I think
Okay.
you were telling us why you loved this idea, and we had counselors in line to probably tell you why they don't, so let's see where we go.
Well, I think I made the case, Mr. President.
Oh, okay, then, good. Well, let's go right to the objectors then. That would be Counselor Feeblecourt.
I am not an objector to this amendment. I did have some questions on the source of funding on the park irrigation system renovation, and so I did work with Councilor Lewis in between meetings, and there's an amendment in your packet that changes the source of that. So the amount is still full, it all still goes to the Cibola Loop Multi-Generational Center, but with a slightly different source on that first line item. So I would move that amendment to floor amendment number 6.
Second that.
Okay, so we're going to have amendment number 1 to amendment 6, just to confuse you all. Counselors, it'll be the next item in your packet if you just flip the page there. 1 to E. I have to do this on my own. We have a second from Counselor Renee Grout. Counselors, other discussion.
I just want to verify that I did speak with Councilor Lewis and that he's still okay with that? Okay.
His nod says yes. Okay. Counselors, other discussion on amendment number 1 to amendment 6. Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand and hold it just a second to be sure. 8-0, or I'm sorry. Okay. So the amendment is amended. Counselor Lewis and maybe Feeblecorn back on floor amendment number 6 as amended. Seeing this much easier early in the day.
Yes.
Counselor. He urges your support. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment 6 as amended say yes and raise your hand. That's an 8-0. If the clerk agrees with me, all right. We're doing this well. Next up, counselors, item F. This would be floor amendment number 7 if Counselor Bassan and Counselor Jones want to push it. Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, I would like to move Amendment 7. On page 3, line 31, reduce the amount for revenue and support vehicle replacement expansion by $400,000. And on page 5, after line 26, insert the following: planning hardware and software upgrades, $400,000. This amendment adds $400,000 for the planning department hardware and software upgrades, and it restores funding to this project that was removed during the original committee substitute process. Funding is taken from transit, and transit department currently has approximately $37.3 million in unspent money from previous bond cycles.
We have a second from Counselor Feeblecorn. Counselors, any discussion or questions or comment from the administration? Motion and a second, seeing no other discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand and hold it. 8-0. That matter passes. Next up, Counselor Grout, if you choose to move it, would be floor amendment number 8. That's item G, like George in your packet.
Mr. President, floor amendment number 8. On page 3, line 31, reduce the amount for revenue and support vehicle replacement and expansion by $300,000. On page 5, line 32, increase the amount for Manzano Mesa Multi-Generational Center for $300,000. The explanation is this: the Transportation Department has more than $37.3 million in unspent money from previous bond cycles. The Department of Senior Affairs has identified more than $1.3 million in capital infrastructure needed at the Manzano Mesa Multicultural Center, including a new roof, HVAC, safety, and electrical systems. I move this amendment. Thank you.
The sponsor, Councilor Grant, with a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilors, any discussion, anything from the administration? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand, say yes. Any opposed? That matter carries 8-0. Councilor Grant, you also have floor amendment number 9, item H.
Mr. President, floor amendment number 9 on page 3, line 31, reduce the amount for revenue and support vehicle replacement expansion by $650,000. On page 3, line 32, reduce the amount for bus stop station improvements by $100,000. On page 4, line 27, increase the amount for Explora Cradle to Career Campus Briante by $750,000. And this explanation is the same. The Transportation Department has lots of money. And also, there is also $400,000 in unspent money from previous bond cycles for bus stop improvements. Explora is planning phase 2 of its Cradle to Through Career Learning Campus, an early education, child education center for low-income families that will provide STEM-based childcare, teacher training, and workforce development for educators, along with resources for family wraparound services. I need a second.
A second from Councilor Bassan. Councilors, any discussion? Mr. Real.
Mr. President, if I had known that support vehicles is such a popular item, we'd have probably put more money in that group so that we would have finished a lot sooner. However, let me just say that, just for councilors' information, the number of $37.3 million is inaccurate. That is not the number. There is some funds available that have not been spent by the Transit Department, but I just want to just raise that issue. But obviously, this is an area that down the road, if we have a need for city, or if you will, for local match, if you will, for equipment purchases, et cetera, obviously we can come back to the council for that particular match. But I just wanted to just clarify the record as it relates to the fund balance.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor.
Mr. President, Jesse, can you fill us in?
President Davis, Councilor Grout, I just wanted to mention, I was asked about this earlier on where the amount came from, and looking back, it looks like the amounts came from the January financial status report, and so as of the most latest status report of March, that number has significantly changed. So just want to clarify that that's where the numbers are coming from when these amendments were done and when the bill came in. So,
thank you.
And Mr. Muniz, what is that March number?
Briefly looking at it, it looked like it was about 17 million in terms of unspent.
Wiggle room. And Mr. Real, if we need to at the end of this process, if everybody takes all your bus money, we could revisit and rescope some of the remaining if we need to. Is that right? In a different budget, if we need to revisit?
Mr. President, that's correct. And obviously, we can always use the transportation tax funds that we have that are used for those purposes as well. So I think there's an opportunity to do this.
Yeah. I understand, Councilor Grout. I think, Mr. Real, and I understand if the money's not getting spent, I think we put it into priorities that are ready to go. The Transit Department's long been asking for money for bus stop improvements and kind of been slow on doing it, so I don't have any issue with doing that. But we know that there's a lot of backlog. I know Councilor Payne has really been pushing on that for a while for us to do improvements and cleanups. Like I'd hope that what money's left would get deployed and start to get to work so that we could maybe refund that pot. But if it's not being spent, let's use it for something useful. So thank you, Councilor Grout. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of Amendment 9 say yes. Raise your hand, please. That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Feeblecorn, you would have 10. Item I.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to move floor amendment number 10. This is on page 3, line 1, entitled Open Space Facility Improvements, reduce the amount by $650,000. On page 3, line 6, entitled Open Space Bosque Restoration, increase the amount by $150,000. And on page 3, line 2, entitled Pool Renovations, increase the amount by $500,000. The explanation for this is that I wanted to get Bosque Restoration back up to what they had originally asked for. I think that's an important part of our city's tourism base, and also a really important part of our ecology. And then at the CAL meeting, I had taken away $500,000 from pool renovations, and Councilor Sanchez and Councilor Lewis asked me to please try to find money to get that back up, and so that is what I'm doing with this amendment.
I have a second from Councilor Grout. Councilors, other discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say yes. That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Feeblecorn, you have floor amendment number 11, item J.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move floor amendment number 11. I don't want to read out the entire page, but it is taking money from quite a few locations and adding it to the Albuquerque Museum Master Plan Phase 3 Education Center Design. The original amendment is for $2,050,000. And I do have an amendment to this amendment that I would like to move, but let's get this one on the record first.
So I'll second the floor amendment number 11, and then back to Councilor Feeblecorn for the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'll do floor amendment number 1 to
11.
amendment 11. And this just takes the advice of a fellow counselor after last meeting to take a little bit more money from each of those locations to get a little more into the Albuquerque Museum Master Plan Phase 3. So we were up to, and there is a typo on here, but we are up to 2.5 million with these changes.
Can we, Councilor Feeblecorn, would you clarify where that typo is? Just to be sure.
Let me look at
For the
it.
clerk's correction and be sure everybody math matches. I'll second the amendment. I know what we're trying to do.
Yes, it's, the typo is on number 4 on page 3, line 26, entitled APD Facilities Rehabilitation and Upgrades. Reduce the amount, it was supposed to be 1 million, which would make the line 6 final number 2.5 million. And I am sorry I did not notice that.
Okay. I'm going to ask the clerk to be sure we, and Mr. Manise to be sure we catch it. Mr. Real, be sure you catch that. Everybody's doing math alongside each other, so. I don't want to have a $10 million rounding error when we get done here, which we've done before. You're good?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Real, I see you're reaching for the mic.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I'm sorry. Councilor Feeblecorn, can you tell me the amount that you're reducing for APD specifically?
So for APD, it is a $1 million reduction in the facilities rehabilitation and upgrades. And then for, well, that's the question you asked, right? Yeah.
Mr. Real, it's correct on the screen. It's incorrect in the printed packet.
I don't know why it's on like that.
If that helps, is that right?
I can't see that far, but sure. Yeah. It is definitely supposed to be 1 million. And that is based on the conversations that I've had with the administration, 4 conversations now with the administration on that. The original ask was 7 million. This would take it down to 6 million, and I was told that that would be sufficient for the work that is needed for the facilities rehabilitation.
Mr. Real.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, and is AFR good with the reduction as well?
So again, I met with Mr. Rael 4 times to go over all of these numbers, and the answer that I've gotten on those is that yes, the amount that's left is sufficient for the work that needs to be done on each of those line items.
Very good.
He's
Thank
nodding.
you.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you,
Let me go to Councilor Pena, and I'll come back over here again.
Thank you, Council Feeblecorn. Yes, so I know we have an amendment to this, and I think there are similar amendments, so I won't move my amendment because it was what we just discussed right before. But I just wanted to say with police, both the APD and fire, and the apparatus, just wanted to make sure that the administration is okay with this change, because
Mr. President and Councilor Pena, you know, obviously, we always need additional funding for projects that deal with public safety. Both departments received, fortunately, additional funding during the legislative session. And we think that we've got enough to move forward with the programs that we have for both departments. Obviously, as we move along, we'll get more refined numbers, and we'll get a sense of what kind of a phasing we'll have to do for some of the capital improvements, especially at APD, but we can live with this amendment.
So it will not have a negative impact on any of them, so.
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, no, I think we can live with what we've got.
Thank you.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, if I may just take a moment to back up just a smidge, now that it's relevant to the conversation, based off of some of the general public comments and the many, many emails that have come in, I would like to clarify a couple of things. I am not against the museum. I am not against children and their education. I never have supported that concept, but if I can please explain the mentality again, I know we did before, but I want to make sure it's clear again for people to understand. When we received R100 as proposed by the mayor, there was also a second bill that was for a $160 million package. That's going to be relevant in just a moment, but when we were evaluating this bill, looking for different ways to fund some of the counselors' priorities, because we had heard from the mayor and what was special to him or the city of Albuquerque, I'm sorry, not to him per se, but to the city of Albuquerque. You know, I had discussed with staff, I had talked to almost all the counselors, and not one counselor brought up, necessarily, they never brought up the Albuquerque Museum Phase 3 Education Center for Children. It was not something that it seemed anyone knew about on this council or was particularly advocating for. I would venture to guess, although I don't want to speak on behalf of all of my colleagues, that we probably all support it, but we hadn't heard of it, whether it's a 10-year master plan project or not. So while looking for funding, it was one of those, okay, well, maybe this can wait. We hadn't had advocacy for it. I hadn't heard, others hadn't heard, so I'm sorry that it was kind of a little late in the ball game to be able to say, okay, let's fund this project that none of us had really known about. I also want to clarify that nowhere in here was it the intention to pull money from one museum and give it to another. It was an evaluation on the bill to say if we were going to add in funds for counselor-specific priorities, which I think is fair to say, that the mayor has priorities for the city, the counselors have priorities for their district, so what are we going to do about that to meet somewhere in the middle? This was part of that mentality. It was not a trade, it was not a deal, it was not me taking from one museum to give to another, but I hope to clarify that because I think it's very important for people to hear. And going back to the $160 million bill versus the $200 million bill, even though it was never finalized in public, it was presented in different budget hearings for staff and for the city. So when it comes to libraries, I also support those. I love reading books and I prefer them with paper instead of in a tablet or online. But the original bill that people don't realize we saw was $3.2 million for library materials, which is what I put in the committee substitute in order to fund. And then the original bill for $160 million included $875,000 for library building repairs and renovations. I put in $1 million, so I upped that a little bit. And that's currently where we stand in the committee substitute, but I really want people to understand I am in support of both of these. I will work hard to try to support finding funding for the museum, finding more funding for the libraries as time progresses. And now here's my caveat. I cannot justify taking money from public safety at this point in time in order to do a wonderful, an ounce of prevention equals more than a pound of cure education center at the museum, but it cannot come at a cost from APD and AFR in the current crime crisis that I believe we are all aware of. So I will work to find ways to help fund the museum project in other mechanisms and in the future, but I won't be able to support this bill for those reasons.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a no-brainer to me. You know, we have a serious crime crisis in Albuquerque. We're no longer funding the original amount of officers that we were supposed to be funding. We dropped that amount of officers, and that was a big mistake by the administration. Secondly, I do know that it takes 5 years for apparatus to be handed down to the Albuquerque Fire Department. If they put a bid in for something, it takes a long time for that apparatus to get here. So if that apparatus takes 5 years to build and get here, then all we're doing is we're just making a hole for the future if we stop funding our firefighters. The police department, everybody in this building needs to walk over there to the police department and see what kind of bad shape that building is in. That building is in such bad disrepair. It's one of the oldest buildings in the city, and it needs a huge amount of TLC. First thing you do is walk into one of the bathrooms there, you're gonna see a bathroom from the 1940s. You know, these are things, this area needs to be refurbished. These are things that we need to make sure that we're doing. We need to make sure we're taking care of public safety. It's our #1 issue right now in Albuquerque. We haven't solved the homicide problem. We haven't solved the DOJ problem. We still have those issues, and they're not going away anytime soon. So as a city councilor, I need to make sure that if we're going to keep our kids safe and educated, the primary responsibility of this council is to make sure that we keep everybody in the city safe, as well as those young people that everybody's talking about that learn and do everything from the museum. And I'm with Councilor Bassan. I'll make sure that we can find some sort of money or funding to put this thing forward. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Other questions? Councilor Lewis.
Hey, Mr. President, just a clarification from our staff here. So Amendment 2, which is the amendment that Councilor Pena had put together and said she wasn't not considering moving, but that is, I guess procedurally, if we did want to move that amendment, it's competing to amendment number 1. So how would we, if we wanted to move that amendment, and I think we probably should, to be able to at least get an alternative source of funding. Really, what this is, it's alternative source of funding. I think if we all agree that we want to fund the museum, and I think there's sentiment here to do that. It's really a question of where we want to take it out of, public safety or the other the stormwater allocation there. And so, how would we move that if we were to?
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, they essentially, as you mentioned, fund the museum through different sources. So the motion on the table is for Amendment 1 to J, with the funding sources as listed out in 1 to J. If you wanted to support a different methodology, maybe the one that was reflected in Amendment 2 to J, we would need to dispose of the motion that's on the table for 1 to J. Once the vote on that is completed, it'd be possible to make a motion for Amendment 2 to J to put that proposal on the table to fund the museum in that manner.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had put it as an alternative because, you know, I was hearing that, you know, people were uncomfortable with, you know, moving with the public safety. I just really wanted to hear from the administration to see if it was going to have a negative impact or not, right? So I did relay to Councilor Feeblecorn that I definitely can support this amendment, and I'd like to see if this amendment would pass, and if it doesn't, then we would go to an alternative amendment. I actually had an amendment to this amendment, which is like J2, but it was really reflective of, I think, what myself and Councilor Feeblecorn were talking about shortly before the meeting. So I think it got a little jumbled, but I would not introduce my amendment, and if you wouldn't mind adding my name to your amendment. But I think we should dispose of this first and see if it passes or not, because I know that the project, which I think I had received some bad information, and I've just been having some stuff, and you know, talking to Councilor Feeblecorn today, this other project is something that's near and dear to her heart. So I would like to see if we can, you know, just see if we can have J, whether it passes or not. And then, if you don't mind, Mr. President, I just wanted to say, just like Councilor Bassan, I really appreciate all the speakers this evening and really not pitting the projects against each other, because that's not how this happens. I was really disappointed with our local newspaper to do that. I just thought it was a real unfortunate turn of events. That's not the way the process works, just in general. And, there are some misinformation out there. I just want to congratulate the UNSERs and really thank them. Unfortunately, Al and Bobby passed away a year ago. And as you all know, they put Albuquerque on the map. This family in totality, born and raised and lived in the southwest part of Albuquerque, won more Indy races than any family ever. So, their wives, unfortunately, since their passing, really have a heavy load to carry. And when there's this communication about a private nonprofit, currently the Unser Racing Museum is a private nonprofit. But in their generosity, they actually want to give their collection to the city of Albuquerque, both families, both Bobby and Al. And so this would, in turn, it would turn into a public museum. So we're really excited about that and what opportunity that brings. We moved kind of in haste. And as Councilor Bassan said, when you get the floor sub, you actually go through it and you ask all of the councilors what's important in your district. And as you all know, talk about the Albuquerque Museum and the need to have more arts and culture in our community. It's definitely, District 3 needs that as well. And to have something like the Unser Racing Museum where they were part and parcel of that community, in that community, I think it's going to be so important moving forward. So the negativity surrounding this to me has been really unfortunate, because this is a really special time for New Mexico, and having the collection both collections being brought here to the city of Albuquerque, I think is paramount. I did want to mention Mr. Andrew Rogers. I don't know if he's here this evening, but I really appreciate the conversation that we had, and I can see per our conversation you have relayed to people that it wasn't pitting one project against another. So thank you. Other people didn't necessarily get that information. And then, and Mr. Rogers did say, also that he wished he would have had conversations with us sooner. I wished, in terms of nothing to do with Yenser Museum, but I wished we would have had those conversations sooner, like Councilor Bassan said, because when we were talking priorities for our respective districts, I have to look to District 3 and their needs and what would bring economic benefit to the area in terms of infrastructure, arts. And this generous donation is definitely something that is going to benefit the community. So I'll just end with that. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. I couldn't agree with you more. Councilor Lewis, then I have a comment. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. President, yeah, just so there's two sources of funding here. I do support one of them. I may not support the first one, but I support funding this either way. And so I think we have a couple options here. And if this First Amendment doesn't pass, I'll move the Second Amendment. So we have a few options. And I don't think it's ever been a question on whether we, I think, this council supports the museum. Unfortunately, like Councilor Pena said, the Journal wrote an editorial that I think mischaracterized specifically this whole, process, and mischaracterized the intent of supporting and sponsoring, and even somehow speeding up this process, which was absolutely not the case either. And so unfortunately that happened, and I think caused some unneeded concern on this. But so if this First Amendment to the amendment, which is just where it comes from, doesn't pass, I'll move the other one.
Councilor Pena to respond.
And Mr. President, if I could just add one more thing. This is where the difficult decisions come in, and I just want to say that, I have an issue with not voting for something that's related to public safety, but with the assurance that we've received. And if someone here, just for the general public, because when the information goes out, if I think I can safely say that all of us councilors support the museum, and if there is a vote of no, it's purely because of where the funding comes from, and it has nothing to do with the museum. So sometimes what happens here on the dais isn't the message that gets out to the public. So
And Mr. Muniz, I'm going to come back to you in just a minute and ask, if you could help me figure out, I think you had some data earlier about sort of unspent previous cycle dollars for the public safety departments, or at least we did for transit apparently. But let me ask Mr. Rowell in the meantime, in addition, I'm okay with this because we cycle AFR apparatus and equipment on a regular basis. We built them we've upgraded all of the stations and facilities in the last few years for safety and environmental issues and air control. But Mr. Rowell, we also have other options, including state fire fund dollars that are not yet allocated. Those will come down later in the year, if I recall, from state grants that could be used for apparatus. We also, if somebody knows off the top of their head, I think AFR for the first time got a very decent amount from capital outlay this year. Does anybody have that data? I just want to be sure, like it's not that we're taking money out of these departments, they're getting it from other places, and we're going to continue those priorities.
Mr. President and councilors, off the top of my head, you're absolutely correct. There is state fire fund monies that are available to the department to purchase apparatus, et cetera. You know, a pumper, if you will, or a major piece of equipment like that is somewhere around $500,000, maybe a little more, depending on exactly what apparatus that we are looking to replace. This takes $500,000 off of the entire program, if you will, for the fire department. They recently were awarded during the legislative session $5 million to do some work on a training facility in at Wells Park area, in that where Coronado Park was. And look, it's not that I will say to you wholeheartedly, both fire and police, in the mayor's request to you all, were funded at a pretty significant rate. Just to give you a perspective, fire, if you will, right now is at $15.5 million.
Still.
That is a very significant increase for that department based on my tenure of watching CIPs over the years. Police upgrades are $14 million. In total, public safety upgrades are at $23.5 million in this CIP.
Yep.
Those are significant dollars, and I'm not here to say that we don't need the money. Obviously, we can always use the money, but in the spirit of compromise and to try and get a bill that we can all be supportive of, and that we can present to the community as a reasonable allocation of funds that moves the city forward for the next couple of years, I think the compromise is reasonable.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Rowell. Councilor Bassan, briefly, and then we'll try to close.
Mr. President, I just want to clarify because of the typo and some of that confusion in what I'm looking at. So Amendment 1 to J that we're currently discussing would move a total of $2.5 million to the museum? And
That's
then if and when and how, and if not, then okay, but if Amendment 2 to J goes, I want to make sure that it's clear that it's $3.2 million to the museum.
That is not my amendment, so I can't speak to that.
Well, that's, okay, well, I'll ask staff,
I mean, I'm
I
happy
guess,
to
then.
speak to
Mr.
that
President.
amendment in a minute, but. Yeah.
Okay, no, Mr. President, if I can ask staff, I just want to clarify that it would be, there's not another typo, right? That it's 2.5 on one and 3.2 on the other.
Council President, Councilor Bassan, if Councilor Pena wants to clarify, but my understanding is it would be 3.2 million on Amendment J2, is what she had asked for on the amendment. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mr.
Councilor Pena, and we'll call this your close, and the clerk will add Councilor Pena as a sponsor, if that's okay. Maybe come back to Councilor Feeblecorn for a close as well.
Mr. President, yes. So, Councilor Bassan, actually, this was the math just not adding up at the last minute, that we were both trying to make some adjustments. So I'm not going to move forward J2.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, thank you. I guess my request would be if we could discuss. I know that the amendment, the first amendment's on the floor. The question would be if we could discuss the second amendment. I think that's in your purview to allow.
At the moment, it doesn't have a sponsor, but we'll do it for discussion purposes. So yeah, let's go there. Can maybe Councilor Feeblecorn, and you want to take this on?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Lewis. So I just saw the two right before the meeting today, and I have to say, I can't support that. This is, we have been working with AMAFCA for the last 6 months to make sure that we maintain a partnership with them on flooding. We have flooding in District 7. We also have a lot of flooding in Councilor Davis's and Councilor Grout's district. And there are 3 projects that we need to move forward on to make sure that people are not flooding. And we had negotiated this number for that project. And so taking away, this is over half of the funding that would be needed to do those projects. So I could not support that for the reason that as much as I support the museum, as much as I support all of these other things, I have people flooding in my district. And so that dollar amount was the one request that I had for District 7 for this whole thing. And I know there's been a lot of talk about, what's more important, what's important for my district. That is what my district has to have. And it was all we asked for. So I would respectfully ask that we not touch that money to do any other projects until we can get people where they are not flooding in their own homes.
Mr. President, yeah, okay, I wanted to understand it. I think it was certainly a proposed place for that funding. I mean, and I would be interested to see what the administration would think about, stormwater funding in that project in comparison to the fire, to public safety funding that we would, I think, have a choice of giving up from one of those 2 areas. And would the administration have a preference on that?
Mr. Rea.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, look, the project that Councilor Feeblecorn just described has been a major project, a major priority for some time. That it does impact 3 council districts. That money is necessary to alleviate some flooding issues that have been plaguing those areas for many years. We just entered into an agreement not too long ago with AMAFCA, for a matter of fact, to transfer a site off of Gibson Boulevard to put in a retention pond to help alleviate that concern. So, I don't think this is a process of, do you support public safety or do you support flooding of a neighborhood? I think the issue really for us is that in the spirit of trying to work a immediate need of safety as it relates to folks getting flooding in their homes and living in the concern that there might be some additional flooding down the road. We talked about a compromise that still provides them both some police protection and fire protection, and at the same time deals with a pretty immediate issue that's been there for a long time. So obviously, this is a policy call that you all get to make, and so we made the request to put money in for those because we thought those were important. You all made some changes, and so now we're trying to back up into those numbers.
Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to reiterate, none of these numbers were pulled out of the air. They were all discussed with the administration multiple times, with several of my fellow councilors several times. AFR got a lot of capital outlay money, so we are not taking away from them in my mind. And the APD facilities rehabilitation and upgrades is $1 million out of $7 million. And so I just want to make it very clear that that number was agreed upon by the folks in charge of the city, and it was not deemed to be a negative impact on APD. So, I'll also point out that I'm taking away from revenue support vehicles, the favorite topic of the day, and no one has a question with that one. So, but again, I just want to say, we want to get this money back to the museum. I think it's really important that we do that. I was not aware of this important project either when this came out. But, we've heard it loud and clear. This is my attempt to do so, but I really can't do so with the Second Amendment because I can't risk the people in Councilors Grout, Davis, and my districts for flooding. So with that, I urge your support for Amendment 1 to floor Amendment number 11. Thank you.
That being the vote count, all those in favor say yes, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. The vote is 5-3. That amendment passes. We are back on 11 as amended. I think we've talked it to death, but if anybody wants to give it another round, now is your moment. Seeing no discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand, say yes. Think about it. All those in favor of 11 as amended now, say yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 1. 7 to 1, as the clerk agrees. That matter carries. Thank you, councilors, for working through that. Councilor Payne, you did have the next item, but I think you said you're going to skip it. Councilor Feeblecorn, we're back to you, item K. This will be 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this was in the packet originally. This is a floor amendment number 12 on page 2, line 1, entitled Southeast Heights Green Stormwater Improvements reduced by $1 million. On page 4, line 9, entitled Veterinary Clinics, reduce the amount by $1 million. On page 4, line 8, entitled Animal Shelter Rehab, increase the amount by $2 million. And this was, I had put in an extra $1 million into the Southeast Heights Green Stormwater Improvements from the original amount that Councilor Bazan had thankfully given to us for our flooding issues. And we did speak with AMAFCA after that and made sure that we could do this for $5 million for the 3 projects in the 3 districts. And so taking that and also some money from the veterinary clinics and moving it into the animal shelter rehab so we can complete the animal shelter rehab project that has been planned for both the east side and the west side shelters. Move that motion, or that floor amendment.
Is there a second? Second from Councilor Grout. Councilors, any other discussion or question? Anything from the administration? Seeing none, all those in favor of floor amendment number 12 say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Grout, we're back to you, ma'am. I think this is now 13.
Mr. President, floor amendment number 13. On page 4, line 5, after affordable housing, insert the following. Amount is designated for new construction and capital improvements for existing Albuquerque Housing Authority and Greater Albuquerque Housing Partnership facilities. The explanation for this is high-quality affordable housing options are essential to create a more equitable housing landscape. The Greater Albuquerque Housing Partnership has a track record of leveraging various community resources to build new affordable multifamily housing, and AHA has a number of existing units that are in need of rehabilitation. I move it to pass.
I'll second it. Can I ask the question of the sponsor if there's no other? Councilor Benton, go ahead.
I can wait.
I just wanted to ask, what's the dollar amount attached to this particular line item and as a piece of the larger housing budget?
So it will be, what is it right now, Jesse?
I think Councilor Feeblecorn has it if we don't. Yeah.
The existing amount for affordable housing in the bill is $7.5 million.
7.5.
She's our money person.
That's right.
Councilor Benton.
I wanted to ask the administration and/or staff and/or city attorney, these funds, the affordable housing funds, which I believe is the same and equivalent to the Workforce Housing Trust Fund. Am I correct?
Mr. President and Councilor Benton, you are correct.
So, and I know we've had a lot of discussion about the trust fund within the last few years, and I want to thank my fellow city councilors for getting us back up to where we need to be annually on this trust fund, and there's even more, hopefully more progress to be made. And during that discussion, we've talked a lot about how we produce these units, how we create more housing than just one tax credit project every couple of years, or maybe 3 if we get a good number. But naming specific, these funds have typically been competitive, at least when it comes to the LIHTC world, the low-income housing tax credit world. These funds have largely been used to access those funds administered through the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority that are LIHTC, and they're competitive. They're highly competitive, in fact, statewide in Albuquerque, and that's one reason we're always scrambling to try to get our fair share for the metro area out of those funds. So and I have the highest regard for our housing authority. I realize that they sometimes feel like they have not gotten what they needed from capital, but I know they've done two good remodeling projects and now doing, or one is a complete rebuild, and now doing a third in Councilor Pena's district. But this idea that we would really say that these are the limitations on how the money is spent, I really do have a concern about that, and I wanted to just be clear as to whether that it's even appropriate in terms of anti-donation to be designating a nonprofit. I know that probably the Housing Authority would not be an issue. And I love Greater Albuquerque Housing Partnership. I don't disagree with anything in the explanation about them, but is there a concern with that?
Councilor Grout, I think, has a point on that, Councilor Benton, and then we'll go to other staff if needed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chris?
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, to Councilor Benton's point, and I just confirmed this understanding with the CAO, the way that the capital budget sets out is that there is a set aside for affordable housing. It does go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and that is administered pursuant to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund ordinance. There is an anti-donation exception for affordable housing, but it has to be administered in a particular way, and our ordinance that we have at the city makes sure that happens. And that includes the competitive solicitation and project evaluation relative to the way that is spent and doled out in the city. So we do believe that this type of reservation would not be appropriate at this time, and I apologize, Councilor Grout, that we did not catch that sooner.
I understand, and it's okay. We'll just pull it.
Okay. So floor amendment number 13 is going to be withdrawn, but since it's on the record, we'll keep it as a floor amendment. Is that right? And then we'll move on to 14. Okay. Thank you, Councilor. Councilors Bassan and Pena, you would have floor amendment 14, item N.
Mr. President, I would like to move amendment number 14 on page 2, line 28, entitled Alameda Barstow, reduce the amount by $1 million. On page 5, after line 21, add the following: city vehicle replacement for $1 million. This is reallocating funding from Alameda Barstow project to city vehicle replacement, and I will continue working on getting Alameda Barstow funded.
Second.
And Councilor Pena.
Mr. President, thank you. Just, this is Councilor Pena's, Councilor Bassan's amendment, but I just wanted to say that, this is something that was real near and dear to her heart too, and it was a council-specific project, and she's willing to, I guess, help the administration out a bit. So thank you.
Maybe the mayor heard that. I don't think she said it that way. Councilor Feeblecorn briefly, and then Mr. Real, if you have anything.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a quick question because I learned from our Cal Chair the good point that she made several times that we often shouldn't bond on vehicles because they have a lifetime that is shorter than the bond. And so I was just wondering if you could give a little bit more information on this one. And I apologize, I did not think to talk to you about this one beforehand. So,
Mr. President, well, I will go to the city administration to be able to help answer that question so that they can hopefully help me justify why we ended up changing this up.
Mr. President and Councilor Feeblecorn, that is correct. We typically like to fund vehicles such as those used by city employees, including our police department and others, to use, if you will, general fund dollars, just simply because we're bonding for these vehicles for a period of 13 years, and in many cases, because of their use, they don't quite last that long. However, as we have seen throughout the course of some time, we're oftentimes scrambling to find general fund dollars to fund these kinds of investments that are necessary to keep the work of the city all over the city, if you will. So, as much as I would prefer that we not do it this way, this is an expense that will be utilized for some major pieces of equipment that we hope that will extend their life a lot longer. And look, it's pretty clear. We've got lots of vehicles in this city that are probably 13 or 14 years old that our employees are still utilizing. So in many instances, necessity, as they say, is the mother of invention here. We're actually utilizing those vehicles for a lot longer period of time, much to our chagrin, but nonetheless, it's one way to get those vehicles funded, at least so that we can take some pressure off the general fund as we move forward in the next couple of months to get your approval for that.
Councilor Benton.
Another quick question for the administration. How are these, who maintains these vehicles? City mechanics, contractors?
Mr. President and members of the council, Councilor Benton, we do have, a city facility for certain departments that does maintain the equipment. In some cases, we do use third parties, if you will, to do specialized work on specific areas. But, for example, we have, police has a shop for the police department for their equipment. In different departments have some shops that do some minor work.
Right, and I've always advocated for where we can to service them ourselves with our mechanics. At the same time, if some of these are more specialized kind of vehicles, obviously they need more specialized mechanics, if you will. And so I'm assuming that we're very strategic about how we do that. And I don't need a response on that, but you can nod if you agree.
Agree.
All right, thank you.
We're agreeing all over the place. Councilors, any other comments, questions? Seeing nothing, all those in favor of Amendment 14, raise your hand and say yes. That carries unanimously. I'm sorry? You're not going to do it? We need to do O to do 1 to O.
Yeah.
Councilor Pena, what do you want to do?
So, yeah. Well, sorry, Mr. President, that was my question because I knew we couldn't add any new amendments. So this would be an amendment to O. Okay. Okay, Mr. President, so.
15.
So floor amendment number 15, on page 5, after line 5, add the following: 1/3 of amount reserved respectively for each redevelopment of Franklin Plaza, the Walmart site on San Mateo for redevelopment of West, and for the redevelopment of West Central. This amendment reserves redevelopment funds for the identified initiatives. And there's an amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. We have floor amendment floor amendment 15, which is O, and Councilor Feeblecorn will second it. I believe you all, as you mentioned, have an amendment to the amendment.
Correct, you want to read that?
Thank you, Mr. President. So floor amendment number 1 to amendment number 15 is on page 5, after line 5, added the following, and we just deleted the wording as we had it, and we added 100% of the funding shall be utilized for MR projects and MR regions outside of the downtown area. So the explanation is that this amendment reserves redevelopment funds for the identified initiatives, but a little bit of background is that I understood Councilor Pena's intent here, but I did remind her that we had some MRs, for example, in my district, but other districts as well. And so we just thought we could do this wording instead. So I'll move Amendment 1 to Amendment 15 with this new wording.
And Councilor Pena and Grout, I think, and 2 others, I think I heard, seconded it. So you sound good. Councilor Benton.
Yes, so I think I get the intent. Do not give anything to downtown. That's we laugh, but it's not a laughing matter. Downtown's really hurting right now. And I can't support this because of that exclusion. I don't think we ought to be carving out areas for any, this type of metropolitan redevelopment program, which is intended to serve the entire city. And yes, I realize that over the years, the downtown area, because that's where the metropolitan redevelopment program began, has had a large share of projects, without question. But take a look. Councilor Pena, you often point out to me how rough downtown looks, and I can't disagree, and it's a shame. It's a shame on the city. And I don't say it's a shame on the city. It's an embarrassment to the city. And we've had our ups and downs in downtown. Downtown's been really promising at times, and we've been down in the dumps before, and there's been an attitude that you often hear around town that I don't care about downtown. I'll go down there to pay a water bill, and that's it. I really have no need to go downtown, and I'm not going downtown. I don't care what happens to it. But I think we do, I don't think anybody can disagree that cities without strong downtowns are not strong cities. It's rare to see a really booming, great American city with a suffering downtown. And it's one of the first things when people come when we recruit businesses and so forth to Albuquerque. Very common for people to say, I want to see your downtown, if they've never been here before. So, I really dislike the whole premise of this, and I will be voting against it.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Sanchez, and then I have a quick question.
Well, I've noticed that the First Amendment talks about Walmart. And one of the things that people don't really know is I had a little bit of intimate knowledge by one of my customers who was a manager at the Walmart that closed down. And one of the things that she told me, and I don't know how accurate the information is, but I thought I'd talk about it. And now here we are, doing stuff with that money. But the biggest issue in this city is crime. When I talked to that manager, I could not believe that she told me that this year was the record number for the San Mateo Walmart. They had $6.7 million in loss due to theft. That's over $560,000 a month. And that's the real reason that closed. So what I look at and what I'm seeing is that the bottom line is that we need to deal with the crime crisis that we have here in Albuquerque. And it seems like this administration and sometimes the council completely ignores that. And we need to make sure that we get back on track. Every single one of us in here needs to be thinking about how we're going to solve the crime problem. How are we going to make sure that we don't have the record homicide this year? The homicide record gets broken again. That's the stuff that we as a council need to be thinking about. That's the stuff that the administration needs to be thinking about. But yet, we keep on putting that aside. And the comment that I had was just to make sure that we start rethinking what we're really doing here and to make sure that we are addressing the issues of crime that we're having. The fentanyl issue on the streets everywhere, the bus drivers being exposed to it, the police officers being exposed to it, the city security guards being exposed to it. I'm talking about every single person that has to deal with individuals who are committing crime. They're dealing with being exposed to fentanyl as well. Wait till those lawsuits starts coming through. We need to actually start addressing the issues, and that's crime.
So let me respond to that really quickly as well, since this is that piece is in my district. I support this amendment, and let me say I support it because I do believe the city has an opportunity, maybe not an obligation, but a real opportunity to take a potential abandoned or derelict property, prevent it from becoming the next Franklin Plaza, and becoming a catalyst for reinvestment in that area, which is an MR area. But that said, I appreciate the sponsors doing this and removing some of this very specific language, because we talk a lot about the Walmart on San Mateo closed, but it's going to be years before they're in a position to sell that to the city. And if they gave us a number today, it would take us more than 6 months to get through the appraisal and the city legal process to even bring something to this council. And so the easy, quick answer is not that we have a new MR project at 300 San Mateo next week, or even this fall when the bonds are closed. But the opportunity is there are other places in this area, in those metropolitan redevelopment areas, including the Near Heights, which is the International District, including East Central, that have not had the investment that downtown has yet, and they need to catch up a little bit too. We need catalyst projects in all of them. West Central is a great example. There's lots of public investment there around your library, the library in your district. There's a new library in East Central that sort of are bookmarks or earmarks for investment in those communities. But we need to be able to make these projects competitive for the first one to come down the road. Who's ready to go with us? Who wants to put a grocery store in the International District and is ready to partner with a developer? We can help you with that. And I think we should be able to do that whether you are downtown and ready to go with an apartment complex that brings density, or whether you're willing to serve a need in a food desert, or whether you're creating a job center on the west side where we need jobs. And so I think this is a much better use of that. But Mr. Real, really quickly, I know counselors are looking at me because I extended our dinner time here. How much money do we know, or Mr. Bruner's back there, how much money is in MR right now that's available to deploy to other projects in the pipeline ballpark?
Mr. President, let me.
He's over your other shoulder.
Yeah.
Mr. Bruner, welcome.
About $6 million right now.
So not very much when it comes to development projects. Is that a fair assessment?
That's correct. And I want to state for the record that our last 5 bond-related developments were in council districts 6, 9, and 1.
Yep.
So,
and I think that's the success that's shown despite the downtown challenges. I think it's shown that things like the Albuquerque High project, the new whatever this is right here, the new hotel project. Lots of the central redevelopment's working well. I think this is a shining star, and we should put more money into it every opportunity we get. And I think the legislation at the state is a huge opportunity for us to leverage other dollars. So I think this is really important that these funds be available across the city as local match for new state opportunity and others that could amplify this, because it's not nearly enough. But I disagree with the mayor and the administration more than I probably should. Sometimes in public, but I will say one thing that we all agree on is MR is working, and it's a project that we need around the city. So thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Rea.
Mr. President, I might just offer one suggestion. I understand the intent with Councilor Pena and Councilor Feeble-Corn as it relates to this amendment. I just want to make sure that we all sort of keep this in some level of perspective. This is the capital program that will go to the voters for approval. What we're seeing with this amendment and several others is that we're basically appropriating the funds that have not even been approved by the voters yet, by basically creating, if you will, parameters of how they're supposed to be used. I get that this is the intent, and keep in mind that once the voters approve these, hopefully they do, they come back to the council for appropriating those funds for respective projects and areas of the city. So I want to just make sure that you all think about that as it relates to, we're trying to get the community as a whole to support all of the bonds. By segregating some areas out and others, that doesn't quite get everyone together. Look, there's no question that there's a lot of efforts. Every mayor that I've worked for, this is my 4th mayor, that everyone wants to support the redevelopment of downtown, and we all do our best to make that happen. The fact is that it is the oldest part of the city, and the part of the city that, or one of the oldest parts of the city, that needs some help. But I would just maybe make a point out that there will be an opportunity to do exactly what this amendment does when the appropriations are made by the council after the bonds have been approved by the voters. Earmarking them now is really, quite frankly, is earmarking funds we don't have yet, because the voters still haven't weighed in to support them. Then that would be the appropriate time to make these types of modifications. Just offering you that bit of advice.
Thank you, Mr. Real. Councilors, other questions, other comments? Councilor Benton.
I appreciate the discussion, including yours, Mr. President, about how the needs are all over the place, and we have processes by which we prioritize them. And we're part of that. Councilors are part of that. I guess when I was asked what's important to me on the capital side, I didn't think I needed to say, well, metropolitan redevelopment and specifically for downtown, but maybe I should have. But I think what I'm hearing from Mr. Rael is a commitment to be fair about this. And don't get me wrong, the projects that are being proposed elsewhere in the city, I'm totally in favor of as well. I don't know where they are in terms of ready to be implemented, et cetera, all of these kind of details of how the projects are. I'm familiar with the one in Councilor Gordon's district because we just discussed it at LUPS. But, and it's a good project, and I'm sure whatever we need to do on San Mateo and with the Walmart site, if that becomes available, are all very important as well. So, and absolutely have been supportive of the whole uncertain central area and the metropolitan redevelopment of West Central, west of the river, of course. So, but that's what I'm hearing, and I'm just appealing that the sponsors drop this. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you. Just wanted to make one statement, and that statement is basically as simple can get. When you have a major crime issue in a city and you chase out the biggest, easiest to deal with retailer because of a crime issue, then it's obvious where the major issue is. It's that we have a crime issue, and we need to remember that we need to start acknowledging it. And I honestly believe that we're not truly acknowledging the massive amount of crime that we have in this city. Thank you.
I have to say, I'm almost persuaded by Mr. Real that as much as I think I like this premise, there will be a different council next spring, at least some of us. And, you know, that may be the place that gets to be made, but I like this idea. I understand why we're trying to do this. But I'm almost persuaded that maybe that we may not need this packet of amendments and amendment to amendment just for that reason. But I don't know. To the sponsors to close, I guess, because we've had a lot of discussion. So, Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know, just looking at this CIP bill and looking at, you know, the investment that we're making in downtown, I agree. I think we definitely need to make the investments in downtown. But as you all know, I'm always talking about the 100th year anniversary of Route 66, and I think that you know, it's really important that we also make those investments in other areas that tend to get neglected, right? And just on sheer numbers in terms of the investment through the CIP that's made in downtown. But I see what Mr. Real is saying. You know, I think it begs the argument, though, do we even need this whole process? And do we just pass a bond bill and leave it at that and put some titles on it? So I guess that's kind of a catch-22, Mr. Real. But, I mean, I'll leave it up to the co-sponsor, and if you know, we can pull it. But I do agree that I think that, you know, there's a lot of meetings in terms of the metropolitan redevelopment. They're hosted downtown. We talk about how downtown's going to impact the redevelopment of the rest of the city. And I really believe that, you know, if we look at, obviously through the CIP and the investment made, we look at downtown, but we also look at the entire stretch and make this city one Albuquerque and connect the route. I think we're going to benefit more from that. But with that said, I'd be willing to pull this amendment if Councilor Fablecorn is as well.
Councilor Penny, yeah, I'll just say quickly, you know, the reason that I wanted to do the change is because the original proposal said 3 areas of town, and I do think that was really, you know, very restrictive, not only because my MR wasn't in there, but because what if one of those is ready to go and we need to spend $2.5 million on that? And so, I'm glad that we moved away from that. I do want to make a point that it would be nice if the city really did publicly acknowledge that there are MRs that are outside of the downtown area and supported them even remotely like we do the downtown area, because there are blighted areas throughout the city and we need help in those as well. And so I think we've made our point, and I'm happy to follow Councilor Pena's lead. But again, there are areas of town that need help that are not downtown. That's all I'll say.
So the 2 sponsors having withdrawn the amendment to the amendment, we are back on the original amendment unless somebody wants to responsor it. Nobody does. Councilor Pena, are you withdrawing 15? So we are also withdrawing 15. There being no action on those 2 things. We are on to our last item, which is item P, Councilors Pena and Bassan. Thank you, ladies.
Mr. President, I would like to, what number are we on?
P, which is 16.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I know you just said it, but
I
thank
don't
you.
know
I
that.
would like to move amendment number 16 on page 7, line 11, entitled Council Neighborhood Set Aside. Reduce the amount by $6 million. On page 4, after line 5, insert Gibson Health Hub Improvement Rehab Renovation and increase by $5 million. And on page 3, after line 14, insert Ken Sanchez Sports Complex and increase the amount by $1 million. The explanation needs to be corrected to take away what's reading as APD police vehicles and make sure to put Ken Sanchez Sports Complex in there, please. But I would like to move this amendment, and then I would like to ask, thank you, Councilor Pena, and then I would like to ask for clarification. I know it's been brought to my attention that perhaps the Ken Sanchez Sports Complex in District 1 is not the proper terminology and legal name, but then I've asked staff to kind of look some of that up to verify what we should make sure to call this so that this amendment is to some existing project.
Not a new one.
So if I can please ask for some clarification, that'd be
Mr.
great.
Muniz.
Thank you, President Davis, Councilor Bassan. So we did some research in our latest CIP FSR report, and there are different iterations of the name. The latest one was the 22 GRT bond sale. We actually named it Ken Sanchez Indoor Sports Complex. In the other bond cycles and other grants, there's different names. There's Indoor Sports Complex, there's Westside Indoor Sports Complex, and Westside Indoor Sports Facility. In talking with staff, this all is related to the same project, so.
And Mr. President, Mr. Muniz, it's my understanding that there's also an activity number attached to one of those, correct?
Yes, I counted 8 activities with each with its own activity number, totaling available balance of 8.8 million right now.
Mr. President, I really would like to request that someone, I'll sponsor it, even though I would hope Councilor Sanchez would be interested, figure out how to clean that up, because that's excessive. But I do know that this was a project from previous councilors. I know Councilor Sanchez, this is important to him. But I definitely would like us to make sure that we, consolidate the funding for the same project with multiple names. But I do, this was important in that list of priorities for people. So I realize that it's something that I wanted to also concede when it came to Councilor Set Aside. And in the meantime, I do want to work with councilors and our staff and the administration to figure out really how much set aside we have, because I think that that's something that's kind of up in the air right now too, and we're trying to fine tune that and really work hard on that with staff, and they've been doing a good job. So I look forward to us being able to come back 2 years from now and say we need more money.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Just a quick question I didn't hear. What was the total amount of all the different funding sources for the Ken Sanchez Indoor Sports Complex-ish sounding thing?
President Davis, Councilor Feeblecorn, right now I'm showing about 8.8 million
Thank you.
that's available right now.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Pena.
And Mr. President, thank you. And just to add, the reduction for the council set aside, one of the issues we've been having is, I don't remember the time frame, Jesse, maybe you know off the top of your head, since the last time the council set aside has been increased?
President Davis, Councilor Pena, I would have to research that. I'm not aware.
I'm just hearing in my ear from Councilor Benton that it's been at least 18 years, right? And so I know there's some discussion about whether councilors, what the set aside should look like or not. But when we're asked from our constituents about specific projects in the neighborhood to get completed, and when it hasn't increased in 18 years, I know Gibson Medical Center is really, really important to our community, but so that's why, the reduction to put the 5 million into that. But, it's just difficult when it hasn't seen an increase in so many years, and we get these requests like for the speed humps, and we're asked to pay for the studies, and the studies cost $100,000, and then to actually put the speed humps in, it's going to be another $500,000. So we get $500,000 every year in terms of the set aside. So I actually have introduced, I think it's on holdover, thank you, Mr. President, for the next meeting, and it's for a increase of 6%, and I just thought it would be it would mesh with this evening. So it's a 6% increase so that it can go up with the rate of inflation, which I don't even know if that's the rate of inflation, but anyway, but it will, at least we'll be able to see an increase over period of time rather than be stagnant of the 2 million per council district. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And let me ask really briefly, Mr. Real, I think, unless one of the sponsors knows, what's this 5 million for Gibson for? Didn't we just get like 20 million from the legislature over a couple years?
Mr. President, the 5 million that we had asked for in the mayor's original request was to finish the portion of Phase 2 of Gateway to add the additional beds that were necessary. We would have asked for a lot more had we not been working really hard with our delegation and with the governor's office to try and look for additional funding for this project. And this 5 million really gets our Phase 2 to a point where we can move forward with issuing contracts to move the work that needs to be done in that facility.
Thank you, Mr. Real. So, Mr. Real, what is the total project budget for the Gibson Health Hub in capital dollars?
Mr. President, let me ask our Department of Family and Community Service to come and give you that information.
They're trading paperwork back there, so somebody's looking up. Hi, Director. Good to see you. Hi, Doug. Director, can you tell us what is the total capital expenditure or budget for the Gibson Medical Center start to finish?
Council President Davis. So for Gateway Phase 2, which what we were talking about, that total project cost is $34 million. And so there's the ask of the $5 million, where, as CAO Rail mentioned.
But all the phases, however many there are, start to finish from the day we bought it till the day it's done, what's the total capital cost for this building?
So 47. It's 47. So we're consulting here, Councilor Davis. So Gateway Phase 1, which is where we're opening our overnight beds here very shortly. Medical sobering, the 50 beds there. Medical respite, as well as Gateway Phase 2 that I mentioned, is a total of $59 million.
59 million plus the original purchase price, or is that included?
The original purchase price, I do not believe is in there. Yeah. Plus the 14 million for the purchase price, 14, 15, is not included in that price.
Okay. So that's 73 million. How much do we have already in the bank for this project without this 5 million?
Just double checking here. So right now, when you look at our state Council President Davis, when you look at our state capital, some ARPA money, some GO bond money, general fund, the contribution for Bernalillo County to help with medical sobering, the 9.9 million from the state this past legislative session, and if you include the 5 million discussed tonight, that's a total of $47 million.
So, Mr. Muniz, you had some numbers earlier. I want to be sure we're using the same math. Help me a little bit.
Council President Davis, as of January 31st, report we received, report showed 75.5 million had been appropriated. Based on what I'm seeing, it looks like that is all capital. I'm seeing the $15 million purchase price, along with some additional appropriations for various projects related to Gibson Health Hub. Based on this report, I see there's about 27 million of remaining balance that has been unencumbered or unexpended.
Director, where's that? This is why I'm asking, because the records from the budget file, wherever that comes from, shows that we have about $75 million, and this is a $73 million project, so do we need the other 5?
Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Doug?
Mr. President, so what we have is on the encumbered has been part 1 of Phase 1 is encumbered. We just got the balance of that funding pushed through, so you'll see that encumbrance come along. We just received our medical sobering bid of $5 million, and that encumbrance is being worked on as we speak, and so that will encumber some additional funds. Medical respite is, we're working on construction drawings, so those funds will be encumbered later in this year as we start that project. And then phase 2, as we design that and hire the architect, will also encumber those funds.
Sure.
And so as you spread these out over the different phases, those monies will be accounted for and are accounted for.
And Mr. Chairman, I understand that, but I'm trying to figure out the difference between Mr. Muniz's accounting for the capital that's already allocated to the project, which is 75 million, which means you don't need any more money, and the director's statement that we only have 47 million appropriated. So there's a couple 20 million missing there.
Yeah, so Mr. President, you have to, in there is the purchase price. We have operating funds to operate the property, which includes some infrastructure improvements that have been ongoing because.
Okay, but are those operating or capital? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, the 75 million includes both capital and operating.
Okay, so have we, okay. Mr. Muniz, is that right? Because I think there's a different operating amount that's already set aside differently. And somebody else wants to jump in here and help, that's fine, but maybe we'll take a break and come back to this.
Council President Davis, just based on the information I see, the 75.5 million, I see, looks like it's all capital money I hope I'm looking at this correctly.
If the council's okay with this, maybe we'll do this, because we do have about 4 other amendments behind, and we're an hour late for dinner, and people are starting to look sad. If it would be okay with the council, and we're happy to just plug through this, because this is kind of the big thing, we could take our dinner break now, let everybody kind of get together on these last few minutes and come back and knock those out right out of the gate, or we can just continue to try to finish these. They may not take that long. It's up to the council, so. Okay, finish? Okay.
Council President Davis, pardon me, interruption. Just so that we're clear and so there's no misinterpretation, re-looking at the spreadsheet, I do see capital money is 56.3 million. The 75.5 I mentioned does include over 19 in operating funds. So just want to make sure we get that clear.
All right, so somewhere around 56. So we're within $5 million together amongst friends at the podium. Yeah.
Mr. President?
This. Okay. All right.
Mr. President?
Let me say this real quick, and I want to go to Councilor Grout. So I don't have a problem with adding more money to Gibson, but is this going to be spent in the next 2 years? If this extra 5 for phase 2?
Yes.
Councilor.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, it was for you, Director.
President.
My apologies, yeah.
Davis, yes.
Yeah, I struggle to still see what the plan is and to find a good accounting for it, but Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, thank you.
And then I'll go to Councilor.
So according to Mr. Muniz, his numbers, January 31st, we had 75.5 million appropriated, including operating. So we got some more money from the state. How much did we get from the state?
Councilor President Davis and Councilor Grout, we received 9.9 million.
9.9 million, and then now we've got another 5 million. Okay, I'm just trying to keep my numbers together. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 comments, questions probably. One is for Director Pierce. How long have we been, what's the date that the purchase of the health hub is, when was that purchased?
Council President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, we purchased, well, the original bond passed April 1st, or I'm sorry, November of 2019. And we closed on April 1st, 2021. So we've been working on this project roughly 2 years. So the purchase, April 1st of 2021.
And how many people are actually using the health hub right now?
Well, to Council President Davis, Councilor Sanchez, so 2 distinct parts. That's overall the Gibson Health Hub, and then we've got the Gateway. So in the Gibson Health Hub, we have 9 tenants there that have lease agreements. Many of those have come through council. I don't know if I could tell you, so that includes 3 accredited hospitals. I don't have an exact number on how many people are spending the night or people are going through for outpatient services. On the Gateway side, through the council's support, we have had overnight emergency beds there over the winter to keep people from being cold for both men and women. I think the last count, I'm looking at Doug, we've had.
We were capacity during the winter, so you had 30 women and 25 men.
25 men could be there per night, 31 women, and we've basically been very full all those evenings, and now we're winding down.
So that's 56 people for something we've spent 73 million on? If you said 25 people or 31 people, how many people are actually utilizing the center each day or even staying there overnight? I'm just trying to get the right amount and see what's going on with the amount of money we're spending and what our bang for the buck is.
Yeah. Council President Davis, Councilor Sanchez, again, Gibson Health Hub is distinct with the leases on the Gateway with the conditional use permit and the work that we've done there. We haven't had people, we will be opening Gateway here very soon, but the only people there in Gateway were those emergency winter beds to keep people safe. So with the conditional use permit, the legal battles we've been in, after the purchase, we're just now housing people with Gateway besides the winter beds.
I'm asking because that's 73 million for the last 2 years, and I don't really think we're at this point still the citizens of Albuquerque are getting the bang for the buck that for the amount of money that they dished out. So I think we need to really concentrate on trying to get some services to some people instead of having all the issues. Secondly, in reference to the Ken Sanchez Sports Complex, I just wanted to say thank you. Counselor Services said they're going to go ahead and clean it up and package everything into one item, right? One activity number. Is that right?
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, Mr. Muniz and I have been conferring over this, and we think that we can do that as part of the cleanup, most likely with the budget bill. For all those appropriations to the various names could be consolidated into one.
Thank you. And then my last comment is just this. Ken Sanchez is well known to every one of us in here. I know he touched a lot of people's lives in here. This is one of his dreams, is to have that Ken Sanchez indoor sports complex. It's something that's very near and dear to my heart as actually taking over the legacy of Ken Sanchez, which, I mean, big boots that I'll never be able to fill. But I just want to urge everybody in here to support that this is something that is going to help every one of us in the city and help all the children in the city and be able to bring special events from all over the country. This is something that's new to our area. We don't have very many of these indoor sports complexes that can actually house this many people and handle this many different sports anywhere in the region. So we would actually be a mecca and have people coming here from all over the United States. So I hope that we continue to work this and move this project forward, also for the legacy of Ken, and we'll be putting his name on it someday. So I urge your continued support on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And as a bonus, we already have turf for it, so we might as well build it.
That is a very good point.
We already got it invested. Director, I want to go back really quickly, if I may. Do you know what's the average cost to house that we're subsidizing? What's the average cost to house an individual now in the city? I know we have so many different options, but
Council
for
President
wraparound services,
Davis, I know that we estimate using anywhere from 12 to 15,000 a year to house somebody. I know right now as we were talking recently about the average rent could be anywhere from $600 a month on the low side for affordable housing.
That seems low to me, but let's say $7,200 a year. But let's say 15,000. Like, I hate doing math in public, right? But I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. I agree that we need the Gibson Center we need a one-stop shop. Supported that. I'm not convinced yet we have a full strategy that's the right one, but had we invested that $15,000 in new housing units, we could have created 4,800 or almost 5,000 housing units. Now, I know they're all different needs, but my problem is we're investing the 70 whatever million dollars into Gibson and not investing the number of an equal amount required to invest for the number of housing units required when people exit out of the back door ready to go. And the amount that we have in the budget today in workforce housing and in other places doesn't do that. It's a drop in the bucket compared to what is required if all of the people that are supposed to be serviced by Gibson are able to complete their program and be housing ready. We don't have housing, and we're not doing those in parallel tracks, and I think that's my concern. I'm not in love with this. I'm totally for the indoor sports complex. I think it's a great idea. But I'm not in love with this. I would rather see this 5 go into housing, and then if there's a better plan for Gibson and it's further along next spring and the council wants to reappropriate it, I think they could do that. But I would rather see the money go into housing so that we're doing those in parallel. I think we're a long way from finishing the $70-something million expenditure on Gibson for the capital side for all the phases because they've got to phase in a certain order and see them. So I don't know. I'm inclined to say no to this, not because of the Ken Sports Complex, but because I don't think Gibson needs the extra money now. I think there's other priorities that need to be funded in parallel as we continue to raise. So I'm open to that. But yeah, Director, go ahead.
Councilor Davis, I definitely appreciate your comments on housing. They go hand in hand on this equation. As you know, we did close on Sure Stay on Friday, and I know that's one piece of a strategy to address this affordable housing gap. We're very excited about that new apartment complex, and with the $20 million bond for housing also, thanks to the council, that those strategies with Housing Forward is moving along. I would just say, and I appreciate the comments also, Councilor Sanchez, on between medical sobering, the overnight beds, the engagement center, the first responder drop-off, the medical respite, are all those components that are needed for our community to get people the pieces addressed so they can move into housing. We anticipate medical sobering alone, the first in the state, one of 40 in the nation, that the number of people that will come in for that 24-hour stay will be 12,000 to 15,000 a year. So while it is our overnight beds, it is all those complementary services that we have gaps in our community. I agree the system of care is fragmented, and with our good work with CARES Campus and other, we really need all these components to see the Gateway and the Gibson Health Hub complete.
Mr. President, you know, I've said there's a lot of money going into Gibson too, and I still feel that way, but at the same time, I am really counting on something opening soon, like this month. I think we were told March for the first. So I think that if we can, just please open something soon that Albuquerque can benefit. Not 40 people, which is great. I'm glad we're helping 40 people temporarily, which I think is almost up anyway. But let's help people with this facility that's costing millions of dollars. But I really think that I would hope that we could probably call the question soon, if not now.
Yeah. Maybe it doesn't go anywhere. I'd like to make a motion to amend it to remove Gibson Health Hub and place that $5 million into affordable housing, if there's a second. Okay, Councilor Feeblecorn seconds, but I can count votes, so. So seeing no other, if there's any other discussion there, all those in favor say yes. 2. All those opposed? I think that's probably 6. Okay. I think that calls the question. All those in favor of Amendment 16, raise your hand and say yes. That carries unanimously. Okay. So we're back on Q. Is that right? Because that's after P? I think we have a Q, but I think it's up front. So somebody tell me where it is in my packet.
Yeah, Mr. President, item Q is the same as item M3, and so there was a little bit of discussion about how to present that. So if you want to just go to the M amendments 1 through 3, I think that's where we're at. So M1 would be next in the sequence.
Okay, so we're going to do M1 next, Mr. Melendez. We just couldn't hear you very well. Okay. All right, so Amendment M1 is Counselor Feeblecorn, Amendment 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, I will move floor amendment number 17, and I'm not going to read it all, but the gist of this is that we take money from a lot of places and we put it all into affordable housing for an increase in $2.5 million to reach the amount that we said we were going to reach in our original CIP budget priorities bill. Back to the point of Councilor Pena earlier, where this process seems multi-stepped and not super helpful. But well, I'll just move it and we can talk about it.
All right, I'll second it for discussion. I see Counselor Pena has a question.
Mr. President and Councilor Pena, to kind of reiterate where we started this item, the meeting adjourned with a motion of due pass on the table. Several amendments had been considered and several hadn't. Amendment M was a very large amendment. It included 37 paragraphs. It was moved as Amendment 1, and it failed. So we were looking at the council rules and Robert's Rules of Order and how the local rule within the council rules augments the normal procedure. And the council rule that is applicable is one that says that amendments have to be on the dais at 5 p.m. at the start of the meeting. And so we're relating that back to the start of the meeting on April 3rd, because pursuant to what we found in our parliamentary research, the limits on debate that applied then would carry through to this matter. So M, the Amendment M, in all of its 37 paragraphs, was presented to the council at the April 3rd meeting. Packaged as such, packaged as 37 paragraphs, that amendment failed. However, its component parts were presented to the council within the cutoff time. And so it's staff's opinion that because the component parts were presented appropriately, they're not at this time, bringing a surprise to the council. The component parts were available for review. They were available to staff to understand what their impact would be. These appeared to be, to us, the reasons behind the cutoff for the capital bill and the budget bill. And so putting all that together, we're advising that these amendments that propose component parts of the overall larger failed Amendment M would be appropriate for your consideration at this time.
Mr. President, so if Amendment M failed, wouldn't a motion for reconsideration of its entirety be the appropriate motion?
Mr. President and Councilor Pena, a couple things there. So the first is, if you wanted to reconsider, when you do a motion for reconsideration, you're considering the motion that has already been decided. So the motion that was already decided was Amendment M, it's 37 paragraphs in its entirety. So a motion to reconsider would put you right back at the place before the vote. So the motion on the table would be Amendment M for due pass. So a motion to reconsider is not necessarily relevant to making a motion for the component parts. The second piece of that is the council rule that says that if you're going to reconsider, you have to do it at the same meeting. So that injects another layer of complexity, because we're obviously at a second meeting now. You have to do it at the meeting where the vote took place. So we're at the second meeting now, and so we haven't looked at whether or not that rule should also relate back as well. So because of the way the last meeting ended, there are some complexities sort of in any way you look. Based on everything that we've looked at, again, we're advising that a motion to reconsideration is not required, and that you can move the component parts of M because they were properly presented within the cutoff, and moving a component part of M is not a duplicative motion of one that's already been decided, which would be the other rule at play.
So, Mr. President, Mr. Melendez, so why have rules then?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, the local rule is in place to, I think we could probably debate the purpose of that local rule, why we have the cutoff for that. But the effect of that has been that you have not been presented with anything that you were not advised of being on the table at the last meeting. So that's how that rule applies here. With respect to the parliamentary process, this is the guidance that we're offering. To the extent that the presiding officer, the president, applies that guidance, it's within the council's prerogative to appeal that guidance and propose an interpretation of the rules that is more consistent with what you believe them to mean. And it sounds like perhaps that means that that the subpart amendments to M may be viewed as improper by some councilors, and we've had this discussion. So the amendment does have an effect. It's prevented brand new amendments from coming on the table. And that local rule, which is unique to the city council, is what brings us to this point of having to try to reconcile all of these various concepts within our rules and Robert's Rules of Order. So based on all of that put together, that's the best advisement that we can give as far as recommendation.
Mr. President, so I don't think that's accurate. Then we really shouldn't, have rules. And I know this is kind of getting into some murky waters. So, I would just like to make a motion to challenge the ruling of the chair. And I think that we should stand with the rules that we had in place at the last council meeting, where all the amendments had to be in by 5 o'clock that day.
So the motion on the floor being an appeal of the president's decision to allow whatever this is, it carries, and and so it requires a majority of city councilors pursuant to section 17 of our rules. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, these amendments are improper. Amendment M was voted down. We wouldn't be doing this if it was 12:30 in the morning the other night. These amendments just wouldn't be here right now. So I believe they're improper. I do support. I mean, if it is the the will of the president to continue with voting on and allowing this, I do support technically an override of that decision. And also I know that Councilor Benton has a amendment here that I think we can get done outside of this. I mean, it's certainly is not my intention to not support that, because I think that we could direct the administration, and I certainly would support helping you get that done as far as for Broadway there. But I can't support us allowing these amendments when it's just absolutely not what we would have done if we were consistent with the fact that this is the meeting that we continued the other night.
We have a discussion on the decision of the chair, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not a parliamentarian. I am relying on the folks that are. I took the memo that our staff presented to us. I spoke with 2 additional parliamentarians. Everyone that I spoke to, and I'm sure there are many, many additional options out there, but everyone I spoke to said that this was proper. I do believe that Councilor Lewis is right. This would not have been written down in front of us last meeting, but it's my understanding that I could have made these amendments last meeting and tried to move these, and I would have, because I think I've said since the very first meeting that affordable housing should be our #1 priority. And it was in the budget bill that we passed, I believe unanimously, saying that we would put at least 5% of our CIP budget into affordable housing. And so I agree that the written down document that you have in front of you would not have been in front of you at the last meeting, but it would have been me at 1 a.m. saying, can we do this? Let's make this change. And so I would have been moving these ideas. It's a little bit easier to see and follow if you have it written down in front of you. But again, these are things that I could have done at the last meeting, and I would appreciate having the opportunity to do at this meeting.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, we wouldn't have, that would not have been allowed at that meeting, because Amendment M was no longer on the table, so we would not have had any amendments to Amendment M, and that's what these amendments are. They're amendments to an amendment that would not have been on the table at all that night, so therefore they would have been brand new amendments, which would not have been proper, would not have been allowed. So look, if we have these rules that this council voted on, and how we govern ourselves, we should be consistent with those rules. And that's what I'm going to stand by. I think or we change those rules. Or the only way this would be proper tonight is if someone called for a suspension of the rules, and you got the votes to be able to do that. Otherwise, I think it's appropriate to move to override the chair's decision.
Thank you. And pursuant to Section 17, the president may respond, so let me do that. We'll call the question. We, in consultation with our staff, with attorneys, and with parliamentarian, we made the decision that any item that was listed in the original bill or in the amendments that were on the dais were fair game for this evening for councilors to attempt to amend through the amendment to amendment process or other amendments, as long as they were on the dais and listed. And all of these items, according to my review, were previously listed in the bill, and in fact were previously listed in amendments targeting basically for modification. And so we made that on the guidance, as Mr. Melendres stated. So seeing no other discussion on the question, we'll call the motion to appeal the president's decision. A vote of yes would overrule the president's decision and prohibit the M1, 2, and 3 amendments from being allowed, correct? Voting yes says no to the amendments. Great. All those in favor of appealing the president's decision say yes and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. So the decision is overturned. So amendments M1, M2, and M3 are disallowed. Are there any other items? I don't think so, but I might be wrong. Councilor Benton, we still have to pass the bill, but.
Mr. President, I would like to ask the council's consideration of the amendment that is labeled, I guess, M3 now, that I put forth. This was on the in the omnibus bill, yes, but this is just a designation. Also, I did speak to Councilor Lewis about this because if everyone will recall, we did suspend the rules to allow a designation of Councilor Lewis's project at Unser and PDN and McMahon. And so that's all this is. This doesn't change any funding, but rather from that very appropriate funding source, which is reconstruct major streets, it would be designated. So if that requires a suspension of the rules, I would move the suspension of the rules for consideration.
Councilor Feeblecorn, seconds.
Of that one item.
So the motion is to suspend the rule that we just affirmed, I guess, to allow for M3 to be considered at this meeting. Councilor Feeblecorn, seconds. Is there any other discussion on that motion? And is that okay? Sounds right to me. Sounds good to me. All right, great. All those in favor say yes on the motion to suspend the rule.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? I can't see that far. Great. All those opposed say no. I believe that's 2, so that's 6 to 2. The rules are suspended. We allowed M3 in. Councilor Benton, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, councilors, for consideration of this. This amendment would be Amendment M3, and as described just now, and similar to Councilor Lewis's designation of reconstructive major streets, we would do this for Broadway, and this is for a segment of Broadway between Lomas and MLK Boulevard. Just a quick history, this has been in the works for literally before my time on the city council. There was actually a design for this project. For whatever reason, an administration disagreement with it or whatever it may have been, I wasn't here for that, but it kind of went away, and it got to the point of complete construction documents before it went away. This neighborhood's been struggling to get this part of the street, so it does border on downtown, but it's the border of downtown, between downtown and the South Martineztown neighborhood, who are the advocates for this. So I'm trying to go to bat for them on this, and we already have some skin in the game ourselves, as does the state legislature, so this will get us a lot closer to getting the project completed.
And Councilor Feeblecorn offers your second. I believe this is Amendment 18 for the record. Is that right, Andy? Okay. Councilors, any discussion on this item? I think we know where this is going. All those in favor say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. There being no other amendments, we are back on the bill as amended several times. I don't know how many, nor does it matter. Councilor Hassan, it is your bill now, sort of.
Mr. President, I would like to move, no, I'm just teasing. Don't freak out. Mr. President, with no further comments, suggestions, thank you all for trying to work through this. I know it's not a perfect scenario, but I do think that compromises were made on everyone's account. And I think that that's what we're here to do, is to do what's in the best interest of Albuquerque as best we can. So I do urge your support.
That's a great close. All those in favor of Committee Sub 23-100 as amended many times, say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously, and Mr. Real gives us an ex officio. He just wants to be done with us. That concludes business from our last meeting. We will pick up our next meeting after our dinner break. So, okay, folks, welcome back to our empty chambers, and welcome back to our new meeting. We are on communications introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introductions? I will move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 274 on tonight's agenda. 274 is the mayor's recommendation of award to Pinnacle West, CBRE, Godfrey Appraisal, and Valbridge, whatever, property appraisers for appraisal services. I need a vote on that suspension. I have a second from Councilor Benton and several others. All those in favor say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Grau.
I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Thank you. Councilors, we're going to go to report of committees. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, April 10th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of O-75 and O-78, that they do pass as amended. In the matter of R-115, that it do pass. In the matter of EC-258, that receipt be noted. In the matter of O-55, O-56, O-59, and O-68, that they be without recommendation as submitted. In the matter of R-118, that it be out without recommendation. And in the matter of R-116, that it do pass and be acted upon at the meeting which is reported. I make a motion to accept committee reports.
Councilor Feeblecorn offers a second. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Feeblecorn, Lupps.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, April 12th, and reports out the following item. In the matter of R-92, that it do pass as amended. I make a motion to accept the committee report.
Vice President Grout is a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes. Yes, that matter carries unanimously. Councilors, do we have any deferrals or withdrawals? Seeing none, I'm going to wait a minute on consent just in case. Anybody have any questions on consent?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip that for a minute until somebody from upstairs joins us. Councilors, do we have announcements? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, there'll be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, April 26th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers, and this will be a hybrid meeting.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, there will be a committee of the whole meeting on Thursday, April 27th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers.
Thank you. We don't have any financial instruments tonight. We've disposed of public comment a little earlier this evening. Is Ms. Norton here? I haven't seen her. And I guess we don't need her in this case. Ms. Couladon, why don't you, Ms. Ronquillo, my apologies. Let's jump into this appeal if that's okay, and we'll go from there. AC 23-9 is an appeal by Ms. Peggy Norton on behalf of the North Valley Coalition. They appeal the site plan administrative decision to approve a site plan for the subdivision Lot 1, Tract 112A2, Block 2, Douglas MacArthur Subdivision Zone MXM, located at 5307 4th Street Northwest, containing approximately 1.4319 acres. Ms. Ronquillo, would you clue us in, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue in this appeal is whether a site plan should be administratively approved to develop an automatic car wash on 4th Street and Douglas MacArthur. City planning staff administratively approved the site plan, finding that it met all requirements of the IDO and DPM. Peggy Norton, on behalf of the North Valley Coalition, appealed the approval, arguing that the sidewalks and landscape buffer zone developed along the 4th Street side of the property were not laid out properly per requirements of the DPM. The Land Use Hearing Officer recommends that the council deny the appeal and uphold this approval. For some background, in February 2022, the applicants applied to the DRB for a replat of the property, which was approved with a condition that the applicants construct a 10-foot wide sidewalk along the 4th Street frontage. This DRB decision was never appealed, and the time to do so has passed. The applicants subsequently constructed the sidewalk pursuant to this prior approval, and then the applicants moved on to the next step in the process, which was applying for a site plan for building permit, which was approved by planning, and that is the decision that is now being appealed. The crux of this appeal is the layout of street elements developed along the 4th Street side of the property. The city approved and the applicants constructed the sidewalk such that it goes street, sidewalk, landscape buffer, and then the car wash property. The appellants claim that it should have been constructed as street, then landscape buffer, then the sidewalk, and then the car wash. So flipping where the landscape buffer lies in relation to the sidewalk. To support their claim, the appellants point to a diagram contained in the DPM that shows the sidewalk laid out in that order and claim that the DPM requires the street elements be placed in that exact order. The city traffic engineer testified that the site has physical constraints that made that outcome outlined in the DPM diagram not reasonable in this case, such as pre-existing infrastructure and the fact that the sidewalk had already been constructed pursuant to that prior approval. The LUHO agreed and found that the DPM and the IDO allow for flexibility and reasonable discretion in the placement of these street elements because every street is different. And the LUHO noted that if staff's interpretation is rational, such that a reasonable mind can accept it as adequate, then it will be accorded deference. So accordingly, the LUHO concluded that city planning staff appropriately approved the application, and the appellants failed to meet their burden to show any evidence that planning staff acted arbitrarily, capriciously, or abused their discretion. So the LUHO recommends the council deny the appeal and uphold the administrative approval. And this is an accept or reject proceeding, so council's options are to accept the LUHO recommendation and findings, accept the recommendation and adopt different findings, or reject the recommendation, in which case this will be scheduled for a full hearing at our next city council meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, is there discussion on the appeal? Councilor Benton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think I heard you correctly that it was a 10-foot sidewalk that was built.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, yes, that's correct.
And in our briefing today, I forgot to ask that question. That's a lot of real estate on North 4th Street. That's a lot of frontage, availability to do things on North 4th Street. I'm concerned about this decision, not so much that it's any failure of the applicant or the permittee, if you will, in this case, that it was approved, but rather what the processes were by which we got to this point. Because this is a matter not just of the development process manual, which is the internal document that's used for street design by our engineers and our folks at DMD, but it also has to do with the North 4th Corridor Plan, which is a longstanding plan that was incorporated into the IDO when the IDO was adopted, but it preexisted that, where this type of frontage that's in dispute here is clearly pointed out. And so I know that there is apparently a lot of discretion that is given to the administrators, I suppose, to look beyond that. But then on top of that 4th Street plan, we also have a complete streets policy, which speaks to this kind of question. And that what's the best practice for people who are not driving, who might be walking on the sidewalk or bicycling on the sidewalk or waiting for a bus on the sidewalk. So I am concerned about this decision. I certainly would not like us to hold up this too much longer, but I think we should have a hearing on this where we can understand how these decisions were made administratively that led to this appeal. So, Mr. President, I don't want to limit other discussion about this, but I would like to go ahead and move move to deny the LUHO's recommendation and to hear this item at our next meeting.
So the motion on the floor is to reject the LUHO recommendation, which would force a hearing at our next meeting, right? Councilors, other discussion on that matter? I will say, Councilor, I appreciate it. I think would defer to the councilor and whose district it is and how these plans come together. I will say, I think the planning department, or at least through this process, like I have a disagreement about the way they interpreted the fence rules, for example, how they started, have sort of created some waivers or variances that I don't think come through this process. So I do think there's some question about how that interpretation happens and standardizing that. So, Councilor Pena? Okay. Councilors, any other discussion? Is there a second? There's a second for Councilor Bassan. The motion on the floor is to reject the recommendations, which were force a hearing. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Counselor Sanchez. 7-1. So we'll see that again in the May 1st. I have to do check my notes. Let's go back to the thing that we skipped. Let's go back to consent. Counselors, are there any changes to the consent agenda? Counselor, Madam Vice President.
Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to pull R 23-125.
R23-125 is pulled. We'll discuss it after. Counselors, anything else? Changes to consent. Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have here EC 23-268, EC 23-271, and EC 23-273. I would like to pull these items from consent agenda to get more information on why we have dozens of PIOs and we're spending almost $760,000 on more I guess you could say more media.
Okay, we'll pull those off and we'll discuss that fund in just a second. Counselors, any other changes to the consent agenda? So we have 125, 268, 271, 273. Anything else? Seeing none, and I want to say thank you to those folks who have volunteered to serve on boards and commissions as always. Some of you do get to watch these and have put up with us all night, and so we appreciate your patience and hope your meetings are faster than ours. We appreciate your service on our boards and commissions. Madam Vice President.
Mr. President, I move approval of the consent agenda.
I have a motion in several seconds. The clerk can pick her favorite. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
That carries unanimously. First up, Counselors, 125, Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had some questions about under R 23-125, under the comments in our council write-up, staff write-up. They mentioned that this money will help 48 homeless families, 31 disabled homeless individuals, 193 disabled homeless households, and 10 homeless families with children 6 months to 5 years old of age. And I wanted to know, have they been identified?
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, if I might request if you could maybe defer this just for a few minutes. Ms. Pierce, I think, is in the parking lot because she thought that this piece had already been, and so they have all the details. So if I might indulge us to give us a couple of minutes so she can come back and answer your questions specifically.
Sure.
Counselor Sanchez has a few other items, so maybe we'll do those and maybe we'll come back if that's okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Dolan has a message for you, though. Counselor Sanchez, let's take yours as you want to see fit, sir. 268, 271, 273.
Thank you. I just want the administration to explain all of the media that we're looking at and the $760,000 worth of media that we're spending here.
So, Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, these three Cs are as a result of our franchise agreements with our cable networks, in which we have a public access channel that is available to the community to use for providing information to different segments of our community related to ongoing activities that folks like to learn about. These are the recipients of an RFP process that we put in place to provide that service. So this is not PIOs for the city as an institution. These are contracts with third-party providers to provide community access service on the community access channel that is one of the channels that is granted to the city for purposes of giving the community a voice on issues, et cetera. So, for example, ProView is one of the vendors that provides that kind of service.
What does ProView do, sir?
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, excuse me. ProView is a nonprofit community group. They do sports activities. They run some public access channels for the public schools, but they also do channel programming for our public access program that is provided under our franchise agreement.
Can you give me an example?
Well, Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, off the top of my head, I know they televise high school sports activities as one component of much of their work that they do, but I don't have all the details that I could give you as it relates to any of those.
Okay, I just wanted to learn what these are about, and to see all three of these things hitting on the same consent agenda was concerning when it's actually $760,000 once you add it all up. So since you can't explain it, can you explain the other ones? Or is it the same kind of thing, and can we just pull this and get a little better explanation at a later date? I just want to make sure I understand what it's all about.
There she is, Mr. President, Mr. Councilor.
You managed to drag that out pretty well. Thanks.
Yes.
Director
Thank you.
Sanchez,
Thank you.
welcome
I
back.
tried.
Sorry to pull you out from the parking lot.
Sanchez, I kind of think I know what the question is, but since I came in a little late, could you ask it again for me?
Sure, hold on one second. It is the media marketing for, it looks like the companies are,
Okay.
I don't know how to say it. Catharsis, Windfire, and Sopapilla ProView.
Sopapilla and ProView.
And I was just asking specific questions, and Mr. Rael wasn't 100% sure, so that's why we're deferring to you. I just was asking what they do for us and how they operate within the city, and what our benefit is.
All right. Council President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, I'm sure many of you know that public access TV has a very, very long history in the city, and it's funded through funds that come to us in an agreement with the Comcast franchise. This is part of the money that we use to run the cable access channels and the public access studio, which is currently 519 Central. So this, for many, many years, all of this money went to one single contractor. When we came in about 5 years ago, we really took a deep look at public access TV programming, and we've taken a very different approach, and that's why you see 4 different contracts, actually. There's 4 different providers and content providers that are contracted through this process. And so Windfire runs the 519 studio. ProView and Sopapilla Productions are contracted to provide programming on the local access origination channel, and Catharsis Media runs programs on the educational channel. So we have actually 4 channels. You guys know GovTV really well, but there's 3 other channels that we actually run as part of the public access channels. So these are all of the contracts that will go out to run those channels. It went through an open RFP process. It was the first one actually in 3 years, because when we did it 3 or 4 years ago, that process failed. We didn't have any responsive respondents, and so we went out through the open market. So this is our first RFP process that was successful in the last 5 years.
Well, one of the things that I'm concerned about is this something that we actually need? Your explanation didn't really get into the meat and potatoes of what exactly is going on with these four entities. So I'd just really like to know what's going on with these 4 entities. I'm sure the citizens of Albuquerque would like to know, as well as the rest of the council. Even Mr. Rael wasn't able to explain what exactly this entails. So I'd like to know. I'd like to sit down with you. I'd like to find out exactly what exactly is going on with these 4 entities.
Council President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, I'm happy to speak more about it. I would just like to clarify that the specific funding dollars that are used for these contracts comes to us from Comcast Channel through our franchise agreement for this purpose. These are not general fund dollars. These are dollars that are earmarked specifically to run the public access channels, which, just to be clear, we've also updated so that they're also available on streaming. You don't have to have a Comcast subscription to access the content on these channels. So I'm sure there's always been a robust debate around what public access TV is and what it should be, but these dollars specifically come to the city for this purpose.
Okay, and they're coming to the city from the other companies, not from the city's spending.
Council President Davis, Councilor Sanchez, they are coming to the city from Comcast through our franchise agreement.
And this is just approving that money as it flows through from Comcast through us to the public access. Is that correct?
Councilor Davis, Councilor Sanchez, it comes to the city in order to run those channels. The way we do it is with a series of contractors that can provide those content services.
Okay, I'm still kind of confused on it. I just still would like to see what goes on with it. Just something that I think we should all know, how it all flows through.
Maybe we should schedule a tour, Counselor. It's just around the corner, and I'd be happy to take you over there.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, Mr. President? Does this cost, is it any money out of the citizens' pockets, taxpayer dollars?
Councilor President Davis, Councilor Grout, there are general fund dollars that are associated with media resources and GovTV for staffing. These channels are paid for through this specific set aside for public access channels, of which there are 4. And there's additional funds that come to the city that Arts and Culture is not part of that help support other IT infrastructure. So there's quite a bit of money that is used for a variety of purposes from this franchise agreement.
Got it. Thank
And
you.
that's where I would hand it off to
Thank
the CAO to discuss.
Let's let, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilor Bassan, then we'll let Mr. Real respond to all of those if we need to continue.
And Mr. President, it may be unnecessary at this point, but I was hoping to help clarify some, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but in the last budget cycle for FY '22 that we're currently utilizing, funding was already approved for this agreement. But then there was the process of having to go out to RFP and to find who would be awarded that contract through the franchise agreements. But the funding is already something that we approved in last year's budget, which is currently this fiscal year's budget. But it's not going to be additional funding by passing these executive communications. It's actually notifying us and the public who was awarded that contract to utilize the funding that was passed in last year's budget.
There you go.
Councilor Davis, Councilor Bassan, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Counselor, do you have a motion on EC 268? Receipt be noted, I think, probably.
Yeah, we can actually,
Or I'll do it.
yeah, go ahead.
I'll make a motion for receipt be noted on EC 268. Is that the proper motion? I think it is, right? Just a notice of award, I'm sorry? It's a notice for approval, okay. I will make the motion for approval in a second from my friend on my right. All those in favor on EC 268 say yes. That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Sanchez, 269?
Yes. Thank you for the explanation as well.
Or, I'm sorry,
Yeah, I'd like to make a
271,
motion
Counselor, my
for-
apologies, 271. You have a motion for approval on 271? And that motion is seconded by Counselor Bassan. All those in favor say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries. Counselor, 273, you have a motion for approval?
Yes, sir.
And a second. All those in favor say yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we resolve?
No.
Yep, we're back to you now because we have administration.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you for.
Director Pierce, I wanted to ask about R23-125. It is a grant application that y'all have received. And so my questions are, it's a wonderful grant. Under the comments section, it tells us that this money, $3.5 million, will fund 48 homeless families, 31 disabled homeless individuals, 193 disabled homeless households, and 10 homeless families with children 6 months to 5 years old. And I would like to know, have these families and people been identified? If they have, how were they chosen? If not, how are they chosen?
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout. So this Continuum of Care grant comes from HUD annually, and what in front of you is this authorization of these resources. And we work with the whole Continuum of Care collaborative, if you will, and so you can see in there, for example, rapid rehousing, we've got Barrett House, Catholic Charities, Safe House. So the exact people, to answer your question, have not been chosen. We don't have names of people lined up. But what, like rapid rehousing and the 3 agencies, that will be the year to 2 years of people that really need that boost for housing. Transitional housing, a little longer term with New Mexico Dream Center, rental assistance to help at St. Martin's, et cetera. So the populations are identified, people who are unhoused and the variety of ages, but not the specific people. Once this money is authorized or with council's blessing, then we will move forward with those agreements with those agencies.
Okay. Thank you. Just learning.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move approval of 27-125.
Second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes. Raise your hand.
Yes.
That matter carries unanimously. I think that concluded our consent polls, and that puts us back on approvals. Councilor Pena, OC 26.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So O26 is the policy brief repealing the no cruising legislation. I move a receipt be noted, and then we have a floor substitute, and then we have Mr. Hertz here to explain the entire bill.
Councilor Bassan with the second. Councilor Pena, go ahead.
So I don't know if we move the floor sub first, or do we have, would you like to have Jeff? Okay, I'd like to move the floor sub.
We have a motion to move the floor sub, OC 26, seconded by Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Pena to explain, or do you want to just vote?
I think I'll just send it to Jeff right away.
Mr. Hertz, on the sub.
Council President, Councilor Pena, members of the council. This OC is a policy brief repealing, or it's focused on repealing no cruising legislation. And this all came out of work out of the Cruising Task Force. If you recall, if you look back in January of 2018 is when the Cruising Task Force was first convened, exploring ways to support the local cruising community. And out of that effort, the first, one of the recommendations that came out of the Cruising Task Force report was to repeal the city's no cruising ordinance. And since then, that passed, and since then there's been a variety of communities around the country that have also been repealing their no cruising legislation. And the reason behind our repealing here in Albuquerque was the fact that through discussions with APD, Cultural Services, and DMD, we found that APD had the correct or had all the tools, the enforcement tools that they needed to adequately address excessive driving. There's a provision in our traffic code that exhibition driving, I'm sorry about that. And so exhibition driving is something that APD uses to enforce a wide variety of reckless driving behaviors that are not necessarily associated with cruising, but with any type of motor vehicle operator. And so this bill is really the Cruising Task Force moving forward some of the recommendations that came out of their work and reaching out to other municipalities that have already started to repeal their legislation. It was back in, we've been convening a conference actually since then for the past 3 years with a variety of cities that are interested in repealing their legislation as well. And since then, we've had 2 or 3 cities in California that have repealed, and we have others that are also interested. And so This OC is really just kind of outlining how we came to that conclusion as a city, and why we think it's a good idea for other cities to do the same. I stand for any questions.
Councilor Pena on the floor sub.
Well, I'd urge your support. I would just close by saying, you know, everything that Jeff said is correct. Our ordinance that was on the books was an ordinance targeted at a certain population when all our laws were already in our traffic code and the like. And what's so interesting about this is, as he mentioned, through our conferences that we've been having every year, we're actually the first city in the nation to repeal our anti-cruising ordinance, and many other cities throughout the nation are looking to us as a model for them repealing. We've had somebody attending our conference for the past 3 years from San Diego, and they just recently battled with, you know, their elected officials to try to get this passed, and I think just last week or something, that they just got their ordinance repealed. So, and others are, the conference is starting to grow every year because other cities are wanting to learn about our community policing with the lowrider, and then they're also wanting to learn about how to repeal the ordinances that are targeted at a specific population. So I think this is really cool, and we're a leader in the nation, so I urge your support.
Councilors, any other discussion on the motion for the floor sub? Okay, all those in favor of floor substitute say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Councilor, back on the bill, I think you have a motion for a rules suspension before we can move forward. I'm sure, I'm going to do the rule suspension. If we get that there that allows us, then we'll go to discussion. Councilor, I believe we're going to need a rule suspension for the purpose of allowing O26 to be adopted at the same meeting it's been substituted. Is that your motion?
Second.
There's a motion in several seconds. All those in favor say yes, raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed? We'll call that unanimous. Councilor, we're back on the bill. Now we can discuss it because we're going to see if we can pass it. Councilor Bassan?
Mr. President, you know, this is the first time I've had an OC come in that's a policy brief. So I would love to know what that means, because the way that it sounds like we're repealing an ordinance, but really we're not. This is an official communication for a policy brief. So I'm sure I'm not the only one that needs to know, but I would be curious what this means.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan, members of the council. Yes, we at council staff, we've been, you know, in discussion with the cruising task force about this work, and so we use the term policy brief to kind of outline the rationale behind repealing this ordinance. Again, we've already done this work, so it's kind of outlining our rationale as a city, and I actually, the term policy brief was used by another one of our staffers here at council, Tom Menicucci, and so I wish I had him here to help me explain why we use that term. But yeah, really just kind of a step-by-step process and rationale for repealing the legislation.
Mr. President, just real quick, so we can stay tuned for an ordinance update, repeal, whatever that may look like eventually?
No, Mr. President. No, we've already done it. So what's happening is that other states are asking us for our model, right? So we're doing a policy brief where he outlines our model, and we're getting a verification from all of you that we can share that model throughout the nation.
Thank you, that helps a lot.
Go ahead.
I just want to clear something up. So we're not voting on it right now, the bill?
Yes, on the policy brief.
I mean, just the policy brief. It's not the ordinance at all.
We already
We already
repealed
did
it,
that.
probably before you were here.
Okay, so it was before I was here. Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Because I would probably not have voted to repeal it, just based on my experience with cruising as a police officer.
Well, good thing for Councilor Pena, you're here now.
So I would urge your support.
Councilor, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Hertz. Councilor Pena, nice job. They have been working on it hard and deserve the credit for pushing this forward and getting a lot of attention for it nationally. Councilor Pena, you also have another related motion, M9.
Thank you, Mr. President. M9 is urging the New Mexico State Legislature to consider adoption of a lowrider as the official state car in the 2024 state legislative session. So this just comes, I know it's early, I hate memorials, but this just comes on the heels of the naming of the state aroma, the green chili, which I think should have been red and green, but cool that it's green. So maybe that's for another day. And, actually just looking at it, talking to people in the lowrider community, they were asking, do we have a state car? And so I looked it up, and there's actually no designated state car in the nation as well. So I thought, wouldn't it be wonderful for New Mexico to have their first state car, and it be a lowrider? And we have a couple of Senator Michael Padilla and Representative Art de la Cruz are interested in carrying the legislation next year. And as you all know, we're considered the world capital for lowriders is in Espanola, but there's debate that Albuquerque too, but somebody laughs, somebody must be from Espanola. So anyway, it's just a fun piece of legislation, and I know it's just a 30-day session, the next session, and I know it's hard to get any kind of bills passed, but this one seems like it's a simple enough request. So I urge your support.
Councilor Sanchez for discussion.
Thank you. I'm going to just say that when I was younger, I had an incident with my grandfather. And if we even said the word lowrider, we would get hit on the side of the head. And he said, I don't want you associating with anybody that has a lowrider because there is some sort of criminal stigma to it. And so we grew up that way. I do know and have friends who own lowriders and have lowriders, and some of these individuals are not actual criminals. But that being said, I own a Jeep, and I think that there's way more Jeeps in this city than there is lowriders. And I would have to say that if we were to get out there and have a debate over Jeeps and lowriders, I think that the Jeep community would definitely win.
Mr. President, I think Councilor Sanchez, you better stop while you're ahead because you're in a district full of lowriders.
I'm in a district full of Jeeps as well.
Cruising task force.
I'm in a district full of Jeeps as well. So, and one of the things that we do with Jeeps is if you own a Jeep and you ride around in a Jeep, there's a Jeep wave. Anybody that is in a Jeep will wave back at the individual who has a Jeep. And so I would have to say that I think we should leave this one alone. That's just my comment.
Okay. Any other conversation? Any other favorite cars? Councilor Pena.
I would urge your support.
Councilors, all those in favor of M9, raise your hand. All those opposed? 7-1. That matter carries. Councilor Benton, you have a nuisance building, R85.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. President. R85 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 3709 Lombardi Road Northwest, AKA 3711 Lombardi Road Northwest, within city limits, so ruined, damaged, dilapidated as to be a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, or safety, and that it is required to be removed. I move a due pass. And Mr. President, I think we have Mr. Kaiser here, or actually the director is
You have
here.
the director himself.
To address this status of this address.
And before I begin, Mr. Cornelius, they're not signed up here, but I know you have some pictures. Is the owner here, or do we have a representative? Okay, she's in the back there. Okay. So, ma'am, we'll give you a chance to speak if you like. I know you didn't sign up on the bill, but we don't want to go through this process without hearing from you. So we'll start with the director, let him present the case, and then we'll let councilors ask you questions if that's okay. Thank you. Director, go ahead. And we have pictures, I believe. Go ahead, sir.
Has been a drain on city resources. We believe that it constitutes a known danger. Code enforcement has been out to the location 211 times over the last 7 years. APD, the police department, has had 13 calls for service at this property. Fire department has been out there one time as well. And the property has been boarded up 19 times, which shows that it is a magnet for whatever element is breaking in and causing fires and other damage. And it's been cleaned up by code enforcement at least 10 times. We had been in communications with the owner for quite some time. The owner was hoping, I think, to do a very noble project there, which is possibly a community garden, which would depend on getting in some funding. That has not come through. It's been a while. In the meantime, I think there is no disagreement that the property does need to come down. And so the city is asking for the resolution to be passed tonight. We all know that once you pass your resolution, it still takes a bit of time for that to get enrolled and engrossed and then published. After that, we then send a 10-day notice to the owner, giving them an appeal window. And then even after that expires, it can take another 4 to 5 to 7 to 8 weeks to line up a demolition contractor. And so if a private owner at any time during that period, before our demolition crew gets out there, tells us that they're going to demolish it themselves and shows us a contract with a demolition contractor to save us from going through the use of government resources to do that, then we certainly would give them that opportunity. But in the meantime, this has to just keep on rolling forward towards demolition. So we would ask that the resolution be passed tonight, please.
Thank you, Director. The motion on the floor is for due pass. I'll take the second if no one did. I don't remember if I called for it. Ma'am, if you're are you the property owner? Yeah. Okay. Councilor Benton, how do you want to proceed?
I'd like to hear from the property owner.
Ma'am, come on down, and if you would, introduce yourself and tell us how you're associated with the property, please.
Hello, my name is Raquel Benavides. Thank you all for taking me tonight, and first and foremost, I do have to apologize for the condition of this property. This property has been in my family for about 85 years.
And ma'am, I apologize, just for the record, would you tell us, what's your relationship to it? Are you the owner? Is it a
I am
family
the owner.
property? Okay.
I am the owner now.
Okay.
Yes. So as I was saying, I am the owner now. This title is in my name. It's been in our family for about 85 years. My father gifted it to me 7 years ago, but as many of you know, he was still controlling the property. It's in my name, but my dad was still taking care of it. His name is Ivan. He has since passed. I was in San Diego, and there was a lot of discussion in the family. What do we do? We thought about developing it into townhomes. We thought about doing an RV park. I finally said, no, let's put it back to where it was, and let's do a community garden. I have just moved back home as of January, and I am finding some of those things, finding contractors, getting permitting, even the conversation about permitting. Some of the contractors are like, well, this is going to take us, like, permitting alone is going to take 3 to 6 months. And I'm like, what? The city is calling me every day. We have to do this now. It's like, no, you need this inspection. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I am up for all of that. I definitely want, the nuisance for me has been the homelessness there. And I do believe at one time my father had a trailer there, and that caught on fire because someone was in there, I'm sure. I don't know what they were doing, but it caught on fire. And so that was definitely the fire department. But I am committed. I've come back to the community. I've come back now in January. My roots are deep here. I am the chair for the Hispano Women in Business. I have 3 companies here. And it's just important for me to see this revitalization of this property. It's very, very important for me. I can't get funding for it in the way it is now. Having banks come and look and what my ideas are and wanting it to be a community garden, it's kind of like, you need to get all that taken care of. I'm like, well, that takes money too. So I have submitted, and I am working with the economic development. They have a grant that is due now on the 25th. And I have submitted to them to help with the demolition of the property and also a fence around the property, because I think that will also deter the homelessness. Because greenhouses and creating a community garden the way I want to, I'm going to have to find a way to deal with the homelessness there, because that's just a big deal there. Counselor. And it's right on the ditch. I also have reached out to the New Mexico Middle Rio Grande Conservatory because I'd like the heads redone, and to find out they only do it once a year. So I won't be able to have that done or even looked at until November of this year. So in turn, if I wanted to do a community garden, I would have to have something with the city with a water plan in place before I can use irrigation. So there's a lot going on.
So your request is for us to continue deferring this, or?
I mean, hearing him, if it's going to take 8 weeks, I don't really know what the process is or what benefits, but.
That's about right.
It does, even from now, it's at least a 7-8 week process. We're being communication. Like I say, I would love if she was able to come in with a demolition contract and a date on it. We will say, sure, we'll back off. But in the meantime, since all of that is contingent on funding sources, scheduling, et cetera, then I think we probably need to tag team on this and see who gets to demolish it first.
Councilor Benton, and then I have a question.
So looking this up on AGIS, it looks like it's a big property. What's the acreage of this?
The acreage is just over 2.5. I also have a property, a U property, which is included in that. But the buildings themselves, it's one duplex that I think is probably about 2,000 square feet.
Wow.
And then it's a single family home that is like maybe 1,400 to 1,500 square feet. One it is Adobe, and then one was built later. I'm not sure.
And from the photos, one of them is really, really, really dilapidated, and the other one is in fairly, or at least appears to be at least solid.
I feel like I've been out there a couple of times when the city guys are even out there doing their cleanup, and they're kind of like tear the apartments down. The apartments.
Yeah, well, people say that quite often, and you know, sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're wrong.
Yeah, and my grandmother's house, that's an Adobe home.
That's what it looked like.
I personally, if I could save that house, I would, but I know there was already settlement in the back, and I don't know historically what it would look like to save that home. And that's kind of been my personal hang-up. Honestly, I don't want to tear my grandmother's home down. I'd rather refurbish it and bring it back up to par. But for sure, the apartments absolutely need to come down. And yeah, if there's a.
And I'll ask the director, is the intention to tear down both structures? Because it keeps saying house in the singular or building in the singular.
Yes, it's the both structures on the property. Both of those have been subject to those calls and all the board ups. And I live in a 100-year-old Adobe house that I refurbished 2 years ago, but it had a good roof and I had good footings. There were no cracks in the walls. So when you hear that the thing is starting to settle down, that means that there probably weren't appropriate footings built, and it's really beyond the point of saving. Maybe you end up saving one wall on those rehabs, but that's about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Ma'am, I want to ask a question. I'll go to Councilor Pena.
Sure.
So we're talking about if the city moves forward and you're not able to find someone to do it, the city moves forward, does the demolition at our cost, and we recover that at some point with a lien on the property, whether you sell it or some other recovery. In the short term, do you have the financial resources to hire a contractor to repair this or to do a demolition in the next 90 days?
For the demolition.
Okay.
I do. Yeah. Just a matter of getting it and then getting the permitting to do it. So.
Okay.
If the
That's an
council
important
could help
question. Like,
move that along with the
a lot of folks want to
permitting,
do it and
because
don't
that's,
have the means, so.
yeah.
Councilor Pena.
This is for Director Varela. Just a question. I mean, this relates to a question that I was going to ask for the admin, but I saved it for the next meeting. Is just that when we have like no trespassing on the property, she was mentioning the homeless and what they're doing to the property and stuff, right? And so we have this issue, I think, in all our council districts where there's private property and there's encampments, right? And so we go out and you like the way I said we. The city goes out and they clean it up, and then we again, and then you fine them, or you put a lien. And so this kind of goes on and on, right? Because every time, like for example, there's an encampment that we have by Corzine Central, so that you clean it, you lien the property, they have no trespassing signs, and then they get a lien, which kind of reminds me of the San Mateo property, and then they come back the next week and they have a huge mess, and then you lien the property again, even though they have the no trespassing. At what point, as a city, do we, continue to, it's kind of like chasing our tail a little bit, and we just really, at some point, the private property owner, I can see how they can become so frustrated, and then especially people that don't have the means to continuously pay these liens, then they're just, it's not benefiting anyone. And then we're having these private lots that are just left vacant because maybe people don't have the resources and it creates other problems. I know there's a property there in Councilor Sanchez's district that had a house that was, I thought, could, be remodeled, and it got demolished, and then there's encampments in there. So now it's a continuous lien because now, even though it's vacant, they're still being, we've got to figure something out on this, right? And I feel sorry for the property owners because it becomes their job to remove the homeless from their private property, and that's not a very safe thing to do, or, yeah. So anyway, I think we have to have that.
I will say there has been, I have to go there with my hand carry because I won't go or my partner won't go. But I do think it's a joint effort, and I don't know if you mind if I speak. It is both of us, right? It is, my dad moved, he got sick, he moved out, he kept the apartments there. And it was like little by little, no one was living there. Then we got renters, the area is bad, and so then renters really don't want to stay there. So then it's just this kind of give and go. And I do think it's both. I don't think it's just the city, and I don't think it's just us. But we do have to do something definitely with the homelessness, and that's where I think the ultimate partnership has to come in. And I appreciate you saying that because it does become cumbersome to us. I had to call the police. There was a full encampment there, like 7 tents. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to go on there. And so when I reached out, and I'm sure this was some of the calls that the city had to go on, but I had to call for 2 weeks straight so that they would then know it was a nuisance. And then ultimately they had even stolen outhouse and put it there. And I had to call the company. Once the company called that there was stolen property, bam, the police were there, stolen property, everybody was gone. And I was like, darn it, I would have called them about the outhouse 3 weeks ago, if that's what it took to get them off. But I just think it's both. I think it's a joint effort. And I think if I can secure the property, if people know someone's there, they won't be as liable to set up encampments. Makes it easier for me, I don't want the liability of having people there. So I do think it's both. Yeah.
And Council President Davis and Councilor Pena, that an excellent point that you make there. The attractiveness isn't the fact that it's just a large piece of property. That's part of it, but there are structures there that people can break into and get temporary, a temporary party house out of it. So that's why it helps to bring the structure down. The only thing that we've really found that cures it is something taller than a 3-foot fence around it. And so you've heard us from the planning department argue for something taller than a 3-foot fence allowance in the city. And
that was a nice way to work that one.
Yeah, well, it's true, guys. It's true.
And he looked
right
at me
now
because I support it.
the property owner is talking about, I'd love to put a fence around it, and we'll be explaining, well, you can put a 3-foot fence around it, which won't do her any good whatsoever. She needs at least a 6-footer up around it.
She can build a 6-footer as long as you can see through the top of it, it'd be just fine. That's loud.
Oh, okay. I don't know any of those things.
But let's go back to this here. If there's, the motion is technically for a due pass. I don't know if anybody has anything different. Councilor Benton, if you have something. To me, this feels a little different than most of them we deal with. I feel like we do have an engaged property owner, and I understand why we got here. At the same time, I know how frustrating and problematic it is to find people to do this kind of work right now. I would be very skeptical that if we deferred this just to our next meeting on May 1st and told you to bring us a contract for somebody, I'm not certain you're able to do that. And so I'm kind of inclined to say we should move forward with it with the understanding that, as you mentioned, if you get there first, we don't do this and nothing happens. But it does keep moving it forward for neighbors. And so I'm sort of stuck, because usually we end up with absentee owners that don't show up to these hearings, or persons who appear and have long since lost the means to care for their premises or property, or to take action or engage in a meaningful way. And I don't see that here, so I'm sort of stuck. Councilor. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, normally I'm inclined to vote in favor of these nuisance substandard dwellings, but this is a very engaged constituent who really seems like she's trying, and I'm wondering if there would be harm in a 2-week deferral just to see. And I know, I get that it's a catch-22. I get that there might not be permits. I get that, but maybe you know, maybe there's something that there can be progress or something. I mean, she's clearly quite invested. I don't mean to talk about you like you're not here, I'm sorry. But you're quite invested, it sounds like, and you're trying. And to me, that's her property, so I'm just curious if there is some option there.
Councilor Fiebelkorn was next, and then I want to go to you, because I think we're all going to go in the same direction. Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask, is a 2-week deferral what you would like?
So honestly, I don't even know if a 2-week deferral would be enough. I did just honestly get a response from a contractor today that said that he may be able to do it mid-May, end of May. But then he was like, you have to check on the permits though. That's depending on permits for demolition and any kind of inspections, the ages of the buildings, what they are, what kind of inspections you'll need. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I think I have somebody that could do the work, but then I have no idea what the permitting process is for demolition. And the contractors, I have said, I don't know, everyone's like 3 to 6 months. So I don't know if maybe I get the contract in and then we filed for permitting, if that's enough for the deferral. I don't know what that would look like.
I would still suggest.
Director, briefly, yeah.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
still suggest we continue with Plan A, which is let's get the resolution in place. That's still 6 to 8 weeks out before the city itself could do it. We go through the same permitting. Depending on the age of the property, you check for hazardous materials and see if there's abatement required, you know, in other words, asbestos and such. And then once that inspection is done and any required abatement takes place, then the demolition can take place. So that the permitting process is not super simple, but I would say if she, as I said before, if the owner comes to us in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks and says, here's the contract, we're going to save the city the hassle and the $30,000 or whatever it's going to cost that I can then use on a different demolition where somebody doesn't have resources, we're going to say that's fantastic. You know, we'll just back off. I can give her the deferral is basically what that amounts to.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion for a deferral for 30 days.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for a 30-day deferral. Let me say, while I have the mic.
Okay.
Ms. Benavides, if I were you and I wanted to come back and try to save this property, I would come back with a contract for demo, and I would come back having installed a temporary fence from a fencing contractor to show that you've got some interim measures. Because, I mean, I do think those kind of things show that you can get some stuff done, and I don't think that you can't. But I think there's got to be some progress would be my recommendation. Having sat here and done a lot of these, like coming in on the 29th day, which often happens, people do a lot of work and they hear a contractor who doesn't like it because it's too big of a project or not big enough project or whatever. That, yeah, I would try to do my best to do something in the interim that works with a temporary fence, get something, and that, you know, that may give you an option to do that.
There's fencing there. There's a white pipe fence on the back side, and it would be the front side of the homes that like I'd have to re-fence on that side. So there's some things I can do. Yeah. But then it's a matter of cutting the fences.
It sounds like planning department may have some recommendations.
We've put a fence and it's been cut down, and we've put my families are ranchers, so it's.
Sounds like the planning department has some recommendations
fence,
on some
yes.
people that might be able to help you, that they know and can refer you to get that moving. But we'll be back here in 30 days, whatever that day is. Let's see, the 15th of May? Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilors, any other discussion on the motion for a 30-day deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes. Any opposition? That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Pena, last one, R103.
Thank you, Mr. President. R103, it's the floor sub directing the Human Resources and Finance and Administration Departments to evaluate bilingual pay differential programs for city employees. I move we do pass.
Second.
Oh, there is a motion and a second. Councilor Pena.
I would urge everyone's support. Unless I'm missing anything, I'm just going to ask. So everything's good to go? Okay, so I'd urge your support.
All right, councilors, all those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. Any opposed? I'm sorry, we have one thing. Mr. Dominski signed up for a comment on this item, so we're going to hold that vote a minute for comment on the bill. Mr. Dominski?
Sorry?
You wanted to speak on this?
Yes, sir, I'd like to. Okay, as I see this bill, that is extra each month 5% to all Hispanic employee. Isn't that true? Yes. How about director of planning and zoning department? He gets 5%, isn't? What about other directors, not Hispanic? How they would feel? Now, how about CEO, mayor office? He gets 5% too, isn't? Each month, each week, every 2 weeks or month. So anyway, I can go on and on. How about blue collar Hispanic? They all get. I'm sorry, this is speaking about mayor. He says, well, let them have it. That's okay. No, it's not okay. This is racism, discriminate other races. Only put money into 5% to the pocket Hispanic employees, city employees. That's right. You do it, you pass it, we're gonna go to the second judicial district court and jury trial. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, all those in favor of the motion say yes. Raise your hand. That matter carries, and there being no other business, this meeting is adjourned.